thoughts. Really happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us. I wanted to say the floor is yours, but it's really the screen is yours. Well, no, we cannot.
But we cannot.
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Good. Fine. So as Jan said, my name is Jarko Siren. I'm the European Commission Research Executive Agency Project Officer for the POPREBEL project. And first of all, I would like to thank you for the project and congratulate for the project results. Although we still have to do a very thorough review of the project, which comes at the end of the project, I think that there are already many good achievements for which I think I can really congratulate the whole project team. And the only thing I want to say is really relate to these two things: the project review and the project results. So after the project ends now in end of December, there will be a period of reporting, and we are planning around the month of March project review. So not really need to worry about this now, but just keep in mind that comes starting 1st of January. And concerning the project results, remember also that in addition to all the magnificent results you have already now, there is still the obligation to continue reporting and publishing about the project results after the end of the project, and there are some obligations that we can later talk more in detail. But there are some opportunities as well, which I would like to publicize a little bit now. For your if you plan to publish papers, research papers, there is always the possibility to after the end of the project also to publish them in the Commission Open Research Europe free of charge. I think it would be nice if you could experiment with this new platform. Of course, it's not mandatory. It's fully your own choice. And the other thing is, if you are planning to produce now or a bit later any non-peer-reviewed publications or other results, there is also the Horizon results platform, which you can use to make them public and reach. So also means to reach policymakers and other stakeholders. I think that's all I wanted to say. Just keep in mind that although the project ends, we still want to hear from you, and we still are interested in the results of the project after the end of the project as well.
Thank you so much.
That's all.
We will deliver all those things, obviously, but this event is to a large degree also, I don't want to say, obviously, it is not a data gathering event for us, but the key thing is that we want to enter a conversation in which some of the things that we managed to determine or the things we found out, we want to confront them with people who are on the ground, so to speak. And it is a conversation of two groups, maybe more, of people who are most likely are trying to figure out solutions to something that they find troubling one way or another. And this combination of more maybe abstract to some degree, but the knowledge gathered by researchers, which is a specific kind of knowledge, and the knowledge of practitioners, of people who are working day in, day out on those issues, that this is the main goal of this event. So the results of this will be, you all will have access to whatever we will be producing in the form of writing, and everybody will have a chance, of course, to edit, add, veto, or whatever. This is a common enterprise. Together, hopefully, we'll manage to at least take a few steps forward on the question, which is mind-boggling, to be quite honest. I've been working on it for years now and participated, I don't know in how many conferences. Nobody has the easy wisdom of how to deal with the wave of the rise of right-wing populism, which to many observers increasingly begins to resemble the emergence of fascism in the late 20s and the 30s. So to many observers, it is a serious moment in history, and well, I think this is important that we gather and think and try to figure out what to do about it. So the second person from the Commission is Alberto Domini. So Alberto, please share with us.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thoughts.
Should I use this microphone?
Yes, please.
Is it, does it work? Does it? Okay. Maybe like this. So, yes, much better. So, good morning, everybody. I just want to briefly introduce myself, as the most of you don't know me yet. I'm Alberto Domini. I'm a colleague of Jarko. I also work at the European Commission, at the research, at the DG Research and Innovation, the GRTD, and specifically for the unit Democracy and European Values. My role is the one of the policy officer, which is different than the one of the project officer, different than the role of Jarko. As our role as a policy officers is to basically take care of the programming of Horizon Europe, of the framework program, in the sense that, as you may know, every 2-3 years, the work programs are re-edited, are updated, with new descriptions of new topics of the project that are meant to be funded. So basically the project, the policy officer serves as sort of a link between the project like you, the research, and the policy making. So myself and my other colleagues across the Commission. For these reasons, also this feedback to policy, also this dissemination and exploitation events like this conference are particularly important to us, and also all the tools that Jarko just mentioned are particularly crucial. I also wanted to say that my unit specifically also works on a particular section of Horizon Europe, which is called Cluster 2 Culture, Creativity and Inclusive Society. Maybe some of you are familiar with that. And specifically, we work on a destination which is instead titled Innovative Research on Democracy and Governance, under which there are topics of the projects that we would like to investigate on the challenges to democracy, the present and the past and the future challenges, but also projects that we expect to research public participation, pluralism, and tolerance, and also projects that potentially might help us to understand which could be the tools to better protect the fundamental rights and the rule of law. As I'm talking also to an audience of past Horizon 2020 beneficiaries and potential and probably current, because I heard that some of you already were successful in submitting Horizon Europe proposals. I'm on the mission to remind you that the calls for 2023 are now open for the topics that I just described, that I just mentioned, and the info days to which me and Jarko we will be participating are already scheduled for the 18th of January. And so the registration is open, and this is a live streamed event in which we will be giving the presentation on the objectives and the scope of each of the topics for the projects to be funded, and also to answer your questions. What I also wanted to do is also to give a brief, contextualization of your research in what basically the Commission has been doing and is expected to be doing in the future in terms of defense of the fundamental rights and the protection and the promotion of the European values. We see your project as going clearly, clearly contributing to the main objectives and missions of the Union in terms of protection of democracy and the promotion of the European values. But we also think that your research can help to find solutions to the current threats to democracies, including the erosion of the rule of law, which has happened in several of the member states. Due to clearly the rise of populism and the presence of populistic movements and parties. And this idea and the consideration that the Union, the European institutions, should actively do something to promote the rule of law, to defend the rule of law, to defend democracy, has been has been recognized at different levels, also recently. Just to give you two examples, the citizens, which were randomly selected to participate in a conference on the future of Europe that you might have heard about, and that was, I think it's finished last May. They elaborated a set of recommendations that go in this direction. So they urge the European Commission to do something to create solutions to defend the rule of law within the Union, so among our member states, like some member states you may think about, and also in the neighboring countries, because also this has been seen by the citizens as a matter of security, giving also for instance, the threats that, for instance, a regime like Belarus poses to the Union. And this consideration has also been formulated in the Rule of Law report, which was issued this year in July 2022, that for the very first time, outlines some recommendation to all the member states for the protection of the rule of law. Now, I'm going to be brief because I know that we are running out of time. Also, I wanted to contextualize your research in what have been the initiatives of the Commission in the recent past. I want to remind you this European Democracy Action Plan, which was launched instead in 2020, which wants to address the rising extremism, to combat election interference and also foreign interference coming from abroad, and also to defend journalism and the free media. And under the umbrella of the European Democracy Action Plan, as a number of other initiatives or complementary actions has been developed. Just to remind you of two of them, this proposal at the beginning of this year of this anti-SLAPP directive, SLAPP standing for Strategic Lawsuits Against Public Participation, which, as you know, is a specific type of harassment against journalists and human rights defenders. And another thing is the European Media Freedom Act, which was instead launched in September, which wants instead to safeguard the independence of the media and the safeguard journalism, independence of journalism. Together with all of this, I can mention other initiatives. Some of them are just complementary but have a different scope, like for instance the Digital Service Package, which is composed by two packages. You're going to receive also all these days, in case you're interested, with the slides when they're going to be circulated after the event, that want instead to make online services safer in a way for the online users, as we saw that these online services are often used by malicious algorithms to spread disinformation. And then there are other types of initiatives specifically lately developed to combat what is called the FIMI, foreign interference and manipulation of manipulation of information, such as the European Digital Media Observatories, which you might be interested, the EDMO hubs, which basically are some networks of academics and other type of experts in the field of disinformation, because these hubs, which are geographically located in several countries, they want to debunk basically fake news. so to combat disinformation and manipulation of information. And also the EU versus Disinfo task force. This task force, EU versus Disinfo, has been active as part of the European External Action Service since the invasion of Crimea, basically in 2015. And as you can imagine, they want to expose the disinformation proceeding from Russia and affecting particularly Eastern European countries. Another thing that might be of your interest and which has also been developed over the past few years, during which the project has been running, is this European rule of law mechanism, which is a process, some sort of a dialogue, having on the one side the European institutions, so the Council, the European Parliament and the Commission, and on the other all the member states. And by member states I mean the national parliaments and also a range of civil society organizations and NGOs which are instead active in the promotion of the rule of law. And this dialogue revolves around this rule of law report that I mentioned before. This is the third year that this process, I forgot to say, happens yearly. This is the third year that this happens. And basically it revolves around this report, which serves as a basis of discussion between the national parliaments, and which also is object of some position papers and some opinions by the civil society organizations and other stakeholders at national level. And clearly the report has the objectives to monitor all the developments, both positive and negatives, unfortunately, of the state of the rule of law in the Union. And just to conclude and to have a look into the future, I think that POPREBEL and its results are very much in line with which is going to be the future actions of the European Commission in this field. I don't know whether you have been following, but President von der Leyen, the President of the Commission, she gave her yearly State of the Union, of the European Union speech at the Parliament. She gave it in September, and in that occasion she mentioned foreign interference coming from foreign countries as one of the main threats to our democracies. And in doing so, she prompted the idea of this defense of democracy package. So this defense of democracy package is still in the making. I cannot give too many details. Also, I'm not totally aware of what is cooking. But because it's still in the process of being a working document, and it will be approved and probably published, we will know more about it in March or in April of next year. But in the work program of the Commission for 2023, it is said that the Commission will put it forward, this package, which is going to be a set of recommendations of legislative proposals and strategies, which will aim at defend our democracies from external threats, as those that I was mentioning before, so foreign interference coming from Russia, but also China, as von der Leyen mentioned in her speech, but also to promote democratic accountability within the Union, so also from threats coming from some of the member states. And this will consist in a set of measures that are going to be strengthening all the actions, all the objectives that are already underlined in the European Democracy Action Plan that I mentioned before, that will probably be re-edited and renewed. And so this legislative procedure, for instance, will be contributing to upgrading the legislative framework to combat corruption in the member states, or also to strengthen a little bit the legitimacy of the European Parliament elections. Now I'm finished with all the list of the different initiatives of the Commission in this field. I'm going to be here. I just want to say that I'm going to be here today and tomorrow. So if you have any questions about, first of all, also the future funding for democracy and the defense of the rule of law, I can try to give you answers, and also to give a better an explanation of what's the role of the policies officers as me, in order to create this link, which is particularly important between you, the main beneficiaries of the funding from the Commission, and the policy making us, which are in charge of programming the funding for the years to come. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you very much, Alberto. And I really am very appreciative of this outline of what the Commission is thinking and wants to do. And as you were talking, I realized that we are here basically trying to figure out what can be done in the general sense, sort of bottom up. And it is very good to hear how seriously those issues are being treated by the Commission, and that's of course more the kind of top-down action. And yeah, maybe that's one of the things that we may want to figure out, how to combine the mechanisms top-down, bottom-up, to meet the challenge of the moment. So thank you so much. In the meantime, the two representatives of the Battery Foundation appear, and I already said my thanks, but one more time, Edwin Bendikt and Piotr Kosiewski, thank you so much for your input and help with all of this. So now the first session, but very quickly the format of the whole event. So we have 5 sessions, we can call them this way. Today there are 3, and they are divided logically, but hopefully we can think together about remedies all the time. So the remedies is the key thing. But the sessions are divided. This session is about causes, reasons for the emergence of this phenomenon. The next one is about consequences. In several countries, those types of political forces are in power, so we have already considerable amount of knowledge about what happens. And then the third one is about remedies. Tomorrow in the morning, and I very much invite you to participate in it, we will have a somewhat unusual session, which is organized by Professor Velo Petaj, who is there. It is called Foresight Scenarios. It is sometimes, it's a strategic exercise. We will be divided into 3 groups. Each group will be given a specific scenario, which is somewhat fictional, but in this case, the newest round of scenarios, all of them, all 3 are related to the Russian aggression on Ukraine. And since I'm talking about Ukraine, I want to express our full support and sympathy for all our Ukrainian friends and Ukrainians who suffer tremendously through this horror. But tomorrow we will, in the session, deal with scenarios, one of which is optimistic, that Putin goes to hell and the thing is somehow solved, or almost to hell, and what happens next kind of thing. So whoever can come, please come. We'll be divided into 3 groups. Each group will be discussing a different scenario. Then we will get together in the plenary and share our thoughts. It is going to be demanding because we want to do all of this in 2 hours. So maybe with plus minus, most likely plus, but that's the 4th session tomorrow morning. And then the final session will be a summary. We will be taking notes very diligently, the best we can throughout the whole event. And on last session, the 5th session on Friday, we will summarize all of this in order to produce some kind of report, some kind of statement about everything that we will manage to learn from each other. So that's the plan for the event. We're not terribly behind the schedule, but a little bit. So let me move on to the first panel. The first panel, as I said, is about the causes of the event, genealogy, the interpretation of the sources of populism, and very quickly, we are very happy to have a wonderful panel. I will mention them as they are in the program and as in the order in which they speak. Professor István Bences, who is an economist from Corvinus University, will be talking about their work on the economic causes of the event. Then Michał Sutowski from Krytyka Polityczna. Anybody who follows public life in Poland knows Michał's writings. Then Dr. Katarzyna Sztop-Rutkowska from Foundation Laboratory of Research. I don't know how to say it.
Just SocLab.
Okay, and social action, and Institute of Sociology of the university here, right?
Not Białystok.
Białystok, okay. Paweł Wodziński, a well-known person in theater circles, but not only, I understand doing all kinds of things. Here, Paweł, you are mentioned as a person some point associated with Biennale Warsaw, but also other things. And finally, Dr. Maja Wasiliewicz from University Belgrade. One of the ideas guiding the preparation for this event is that we have colleagues working on other countries than Poland, and that is deliberate, to have this kind of comparative perspective as much as possible to have a clear picture of how to assess what is going on in Poland. One of our colleagues who was very instrumental, tremendously instrumental in helping with this event and put enormous amount of work into this, unfortunately fell ill. Dr. Agnieszka Sadecka, she was supposed to run this session, moderate this session. Unfortunately, she couldn't come, so here I am. I'm stepping in. We prepared, the members of the POPREBEL team prepared very short briefs that were sent to the discussants to give you some sense of what we are trying to say in very short presentations. The key thing is to have as much time as possible for an exchange of views, for a conversation. So I'm going to skip. I was going to give you the quick overview of Agnieszka's own brief, but I will manage to somehow weave it in as we're moving through this panel. So in order to not to take any more time, István, please, if you could, about 5 minutes, and then we'll move on in the order that I presented. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. So I'm István Bences, representing Corvinus University of Budapest. And in this project itself, we are basically responsible for investigating the relationship between populism on the one hand and the economy on the other hand. Now, first and foremost, kind of a statement, if you want me. Populism is certainly a political phenomenon. It's not an economic phenomenon. Nevertheless, I think it shouldn't stop us to think about both the economic causes, the economic triggers of populism on the one hand, and the economic consequences on the other hand. And I think it's important to acknowledge that this is a non-economic phenomenon because if we do so, we may bring together our knowledge with other academic disciplines, and I think this is one of the strengths, the assets of POPREBEL project, to bring together scientists scholars from different disciplines. Now, the fact that populism is not an economic phenomenon should not actually prevent us, of course, from detecting the causes, the theme of this section today. Nevertheless, I must admit that even economists themselves do not really agree on what exactly we are investigating here. On the first level, there's kind of a dispute whether we should investigate the performance of a country itself, or rather we should investigate the individual level, asking ourselves whether it's the individual's own welfare status, income status, what we should study. Or is it the actual income, the current status, or rather the future one, and the perception of abilities and capacities in the future? Or is it the absolute level of hardships, what we need to actually investigate, or rather kind of a relative deprivation? So these things are not really, or have not been really resolved yet. Nevertheless, in the rather burgeoning literature in economics on populism, it seems that at least some points have been, let's say, stated or accepted as consensual. And I would like to actually go through these, but before doing that, I must emphasize that most of these studies, and these are basically empirical studies, have been focusing on Western Europe or the United States of America, and they implicitly assume that whatever happens in Western Europe or in the US would travel pretty well onto Central and Eastern European circumstances as well, just because voters are rational, so it doesn't really matter whether they actually would come from the east or west of Europe, and accordingly context, historical legacies, and so on might not have such huge influence. So basically what we try to do is first to understand and reveal what exactly economists typically identify as causes, and then to basically contrast it with reality in Central and Eastern Europe. So by and large, we can say that in the economics literature, economics-centered literature, two major causes or two major triggers, drivers, have been identified. Number one is, well, I can call it globalization, or more precisely the intensified international trade, which typically means that there has been a growing import competition coming especially from China, but even India or Vietnam can be mentioned. And this effect, this economic shock, often called as the Chinese or the China shock in the literature, had an immediate impact on certain segments of the society. And besides that, attacks on the World Trade Organizations can be actually mentioned as part of this story. But also, of course, besides the global flows of goods and services, labor is another, let's say, explanatory variable in these equations. And this is the point where typically the issue of migrants are embedded in the story as well. The other major explanatory, let's say, group of variables has a relationship with what we can call technological change or automatization, which means typically that the winners of the 21st century are those sectors which are rather knowledge-based activities, and on the loser side we can actually find those which are typically in the manufacturing, in the old-style manufacturing sector. And very often, actually, just one data, let's say due to automation in the US, employment quite severely fell, whereas due to actual automation, the total value added nevertheless doubled. But this actually economic growth happened by actually experiencing shrinkage in employment. And of course, this technological change implies accordingly kind of de-industrialization in the advanced economies. Some would even argue it's a complete collapse of the manufacturing industry in these affluent societies. And of course, then several other, let's say, implications can be deducted on the demand side, such as the erosion of organized labor, such as the limited capacity of these otherwise democratic governments to intervene and regulate investment decisions of large multinational corporations. Another one, a typical argument, is that the shrinking welfare state, the shrinking welfare safety nets are responsible for the higher turnout and vote share of populists, and so on and so on. So basically what we see here is kind of an insecurity. So if I should just pick one single word, what accounts for an increase in populist votes in the economics literature, it's economic insecurity. And this insecurity is felt mostly amongst those people who are, let's say, the less educated and less secure strata of the society, with typically low wages and minimum job security. Some even call it a new kind of underclass, and this is concentrated mostly in poorly educated population. This is the low skilled ones, and so on and so on. So what we see here is that the literature tries to emphasize, at least again based upon the Western European experiences and the American experiences, that we have the economically insecure and marginalized part of the population. Now if we try to actually ask ourselves whether these, let's say, accounts would work in the context of Central and Eastern Europe as well, we would say no, not at all. If I try to put it very simply and in half a minute, then I dare to say that in several respects, these countries, including Poland, actually have been benefiting a lot from both globalization and regional integration, like EU membership. And what I'm referring here is not just simply EU funds in terms of cohesion funds and so on, but rather the fact that these countries have been deeply embedded in global value chains. Think about the automotive industry itself. So accordingly, this typical losers of globalization thesis doesn't really travel that well in this part of the world. Interestingly, what we found on the sample of Central and Eastern European countries, that this China shock works just the other way around, actually. The fact that Western European countries have relocated their manufacturing capacities in Central and Eastern Europe actually eliminates or reduces the vote share of populists in these countries. Nevertheless, of course, we do know that populists are still alive in these countries, even more or even worse, if you want me. They do have majority in several countries, in Hungary super majority, so it seems that this is not a problem of the marginalized or the underclass people, but actually it's something bigger. And this is the point where actually I need to finish, and I must admit that it seems that in Central and Eastern Europe, it's not that much the economic factors that have been, let's say, driving populism, but rather cultural or political forces, or the intertwining of these. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wonderful. 5 minutes, almost exactly.
Should I speak Polish?
Whatever you want. Anybody can speak any language they feel most comfortable, and please, everybody, please remember there is a translation going in both languages, so whatever works.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Right, thank you very much. Thanks for having me. We don't have a lot of time, so let me briefly begin by commenting on one thing that the previous speaker mentioned. And it's true to say that in Poland, the China shock is something we experienced earlier, and interestingly, it did not lead to a populist backlash. If it did, it was limited and deferred, postponed, I believe, and this is just a working hypothesis, that this was because the economic transformation of Poland had taken place after a deep crisis of a declining socialism in the 1980s, or some might say the late 70s, while the flip side was that there was this appealing, convincing, and credible vision. It was a model of the costs of transformation, certain sacrifices that needed to be made for a better future. It was a direction that was set out for us, and that was widely accepted. So I believe that this credible utopia, and I'm using the word neutrally, as a horizon, as a destination, as a goal. So this utopia, when compared to the crisis, meant that the China shock, the rapid opening up of the economy to imported goods from the Far East and from the European Union to a lesser extent, that the populist response to that process was restricted. I have the impression that what's very important about this project and this conference and the whole research is that the factors underpinning populism have a local nature. They can't be you can't translate research findings from region to region. Or from regions with a different status in the global division of labor, the Western center and the Eastern periphery. And there's also the changing the way these factors change in time. Let me talk about Poland. In the year 2015, in 2015 and in present, support for the factors behind populist support are different. In 2015, it was resentment, dislike of the elites, not necessarily the economic elites, but the political and cultural elites, as well as anxiety, insecurity, whipped up by politicians in the face of migrants, or caused by migrants, and this was the reason the Law and Justice Party won, but it wasn't the key factor. There were also aspirations, there was some hope, the change for the better, which was the catchphrase. Hope for a better, more equitable state, a state that would symbolically and materially respect the dignity of families, parents, children, different social groups. I'm thinking in terms of the 500 plus family handout, as well as the dignity of employees, better working conditions, the labor code, and appreciation of the provinces, the periphery, the outskirts of Poland. So in this narrative put forward by the Law and Justice Party, it wasn't just about, quote, the dignity of Catholics who were being repressed, persecuted in the Third Republic of Poland, but also persons who did not identify, but persons with a certain economic and social status. That was 2015, and part of these promises were delivered upon, which partly ensured, which helped the Law and Justice Party get re-elected. Now, what we're dealing with is a different situation and different motives. The support for the Law and Justice Party, the PIS party, economically, there's less belief in in that things will be better. Instead, people vote for PiS for conservative reasons because they don't want things to be better or to be worse or much worse. So for many social groups, such as pensioners, as well as those who are less educated and living outside the big cities, they see that the government isn't delivering on its promises, but any change will be a change for the worse, that the new government will treat them even worse. So even if the present government doesn't deliver on their promises, so it's conservative socially and economically. People don't want the situation to deteriorate substantially, as well as a reactive cultural motivation, and these are the elements that Jarosław Kaczyński draws upon when he runs a campaign against transgender individuals, sexual minorities, and he indicates that the West is the source of fundamental, basic threat in cultural terms. This is interesting in terms of analyzing the situation, this shift, this cultural shift. I mean, it was always a conservative party. Now it has become a reactionary party. This shift is not in line with social perceptions. I don't have time to analyze the reasons behind this shift in the Law and Justice Party, but there's a lot that seems to indicate that this reactionary shift, whereas it consolidates the hardcore voters, but it does lead to a very intense reaction on the other side, especially among the younger generation. The declining support for the Law and Justice Party is most evident among the young generation, and one could say that whereas, I mean, it's hard to say whether you vote for populists for social or economic reasons, because it's both. In Poland, now we're witnessing a shift from economic and social factors towards cultural factors, as indicated by the fact that apart from living in the country and age, going to religious services, attending mass, which is often related to age, and young people don't go to church as regularly. So these are the three factors, and they are related to identity and culture. Now, in closing, if we were to consider where populists can hope to draw support today, the populists in power today, who still enjoy considerable support in most of the surveys, the Law and Justice Party is still leading, even though they wouldn't be able to form a government. They don't have a sufficient majority, so they can rely on conservative and economically conservative voters. Voters who are concerned about losing their social and economic status, and that things will become worse if the government changes. and who at least want the present government to compensate for this deteriorating economic status. I think there are two, and here I want to quote studies conducted recently by these studies have shown that vehicles for supporting new populists who are more radical, who are geared to change instead of maintaining the status quo. I'm looking at the extreme right, perhaps the Confederacja party. If the United Right wing were to fall apart, this might. And so there's because of the of inflation and the loss of purchasing power, we might, and on the other hand, there's the mass inflow of refugees related to the war in Ukraine. So these two phenomena, inflation and refugees, very briefly put, could provide a platform for populists that would be more nationalistically inclined, a nationalist free market, and not a social welfare nationalism. When welfare populism populists have failed, not everyone and not to the same degree, the traditional populist social platform isn't as appealing. Perhaps this is a chance for populists of a nationalist free market bent. And here the Confederacja party comes to mind. They have an anti-Ukrainian stance, but also access to public services, less motivated by historical contexts or a narrative of identity. So sources of support for populism are changing. It seems dynamic, and if there will be new populists emerging, these will be nationalist free market and not ideologically welfare oriented. And this might be another source of support, which is not, I mean, the Law and Justice Party can stay in power, but if it sticks to a conservative reactionary discourse and not a classic populist discourse. Thank you.
I'll switch back to English since I started in this language. Thank you so much. We have on the table basically all the major issues that one way or another pop up in our project in all kinds of discussions. So you have the dilemma economy versus culture, you have the dynamic relationship between those two and change over time. The political factor, the third factor, also changes depending on who the actors actually are and what kind of political strength in a given moment in time they have. So I think this is something we need to pay attention to, this dynamism over time. And this element of growing disappointment, regardless who is in power, left, right, center, this version of the right, center right, or the more radical right, our research shows that underneath those changes, there's what Michał Sutowski mentioned, namely the growing disappointment with the whole system and the sense that no matter who is in power, the system doesn't deliver. And that pervasive sense of crisis comes across in the part of the project we are not going to be reporting a lot on, or I can keep mentioning it, which are kind of in-depth ethnographic studies. So I just wanted to summarize a little bit what we've already heard, and let's move on to Dr. Katarzyna Sztop-Rutkowska. Please, the floor is yours.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good morning. I hope that you can hear me. Thank you so much for the invitation, and I'm very grateful that you've also invited practitioners, because that is what I am. Don't be fooled by my doctor's title. I don't work academically on populism, but I think that this option and this view from social practitioners, people who work at the grassroots level in Poland, is a great supplementary perspective, also listening to what the gentleman before me said. So I believe that this view from the grassroots level will give us a more complete picture, completing theoretical ideas. I will also be talking about Poland. I'm not so familiar with the situation in other Eastern or Central and Eastern European countries, or populism in Western Europe or the States. As my predecessor and the previous speaker said, all populisms differ depending on the local context, and that is very much true of Poland. So I would like to focus on what is happening in local communities. I'm very glad that when you introduced me, you said I'm not from Warsaw. I'm very glad of that, even though I like Warsaw, but circumstances differ in Warsaw and on the peripheries and in smaller towns, and we need to account for those differences when talking about the roots of populism. I'd like to focus on three issues. First of all, how local authorities function at the local level. Secondly, on the difference between big and small cities. And thirdly, the issue of education, whether the education system in Poland has contributed to the rise of populist discourses. So when it comes to local governments, local authorities, just one footnote, I have a dilemma in speaking critically of local governments in Poland, because it is my feeling that when I criticize local authorities, I am siding with the populists from Law and Justice or Konfederacja or other parties and associated groups. Last Saturday, Jarosław Kaczyński said in Zielona Góra that he intended to limit. He has this policy vision to limit the autonomy of self-governments, of local governments, and the Union of City Movements has penned a letter to protest this intent. So I just wanted to make this note, because I believe that local governments are the true basis of the democratic system in Poland and all across the CEE. It's something that has worked out well, although it's not perfect. As somebody who works with local governments, and I also work with citizens, including through the Batory Foundation's program, You Have a Voice. I see what is happening in small towns and villages. These are unimaginable things, how bad things have gotten. So I'd like to bring your attention to the fact that how the local community functions, including citizens and local authorities, has huge influence on the rise of populist discourse in Poland, and the fact that this discourse has gained ground. So just two images to illustrate my point. First, the Lublin Social Committee to Help Ukraine. This is a body that was established, set up within 2 days when the war broke out. It's a body, a group that had to face a huge challenge. Let me give you some numbers. Over the last few months, over 1.2 million people from Ukraine have gone through Lublin, and at the end of March, 17% of the Lublin population was made up of Ukrainians. people fleeing the war in Ukraine. So the committee was set up very quickly. It incorporated all sectors, officials, representatives of the local authorities, NGOs, citizens, volunteers, from various backgrounds. The differences in background were huge. And the committee was able to quickly and efficiently organize itself, organize help to deal with the challenge of refugees flowing in. An earlier picture, the first wave of COVID-19, the state and state structures, just like with the Ukraine crisis at the very beginning, the state was not able to react very quickly. So it was often citizens along with the local authorities who responded in a very innovative way, sometimes based on trust and local resources, to respond and adapt to what was happening during the pandemic. And I recommend the Batory Foundation report on the innovative solutions from that situation. Another contrary picture comes from a very good reportage by Andrzej Andrysiak, published by Krytyka Polityczna. I'm very happy that it came out to the locals, a story of one self-government. The editor-in-chief of Krytyka Polityczna call it a Radom house of cards. It's a story of how local authorities work in Radomsko, a mid-sized town in central Poland. It's a totally different picture from what I said before. So here we have extremely corrupt local authorities purchasing votes through a work cooperative by handing out poorly paid but safe jobs in city offices, in city companies, buying loyalty, shutting down the voice of the local media, who are intimidated into silence or corrupted into silence. So these two images are both true. On the one hand, we have crises which spark the need for a quick reaction. And like Piotr Skrzypczak from Homo Faber Foundation has said in regards to Lublin, he said, we put aside all our quarrels with the city council, with Mayor Żuk. We simply focused on what was coming and how we could react. And we also worked based on trust that we had built earlier with some of the officials. In my view, populist discourse is faring so well because, unfortunately, at the level of the local government community, we've not been able to build a democratic culture or democratic communities. I work with participation. I support local governments in terms of participation, raising participation, and I see clearly that local residents are first and foremost seen as voters and not actors who are to co-decide what happens. Of course, there are exceptions to this rule. There are various cities where things are going well and the mayors are doing well. However, local governments did not go in the direction of building social capital. Instead, like the Batory Foundation reports mention, local governments are mostly seen as entities which are to invest, build roads, stadiums, and this is accepted by residents. However, when we look at building social capital, local identity, local trust, bonds, this has been a failure. Relatively speaking, of course. Things could have been worse, I suppose. So one of the reasons, one of the causes, just to wrap up this first point, is the failure to build democratic communities at the lowest level, where residents feel empowered, where residents could realistically impact what is happening in their local communities. So one thing that I think we need is the radical democratization of local governments and local communities. The other issue is the difference I mentioned. This was my second point. I've worked on memory of Poland's multi-ethnic communities, especially in Białystok and Lublin. I've worked on this academically. So these cities were largely founded by Poles and other groups, and they had very multicultural communities before the war. Often this history is not highlighted as a positive resource today. The influx of people due to the situation in Belarus and the war in Ukraine has forced local authorities to undertake the challenge of integrating non-Poles locally, which has led to the rise of various local policies to include foreigners in city life, in community life. So I think here the failure to note that difference, also due to the homogeneity of those communities in the early 1990s, this may have led to the rise of populist discourses, because here we're pointing to certain groups as scapegoats, and it's very easy to transfer aggression, channel aggression towards those groups because they are unknown, they're strangers, and it's becoming increasingly easier. So we see more differentiation, more ethnic differentiation in local communities, which may mean that when local self-governments become more democratic, and we'll see that those differences are not that terrible, and we won't be fooled so easily by statements to the effect that Ukrainians are to blame for the misfortunes in Poland's past. I won't get to education, but I think we'll have a chance later to talk about it.
This is exactly what we were hoping for, so really thank you. This mix of very specific knowledge with a more general picture, it's already emerging as we hoped for. I will just make two comments very quickly, which will be also the questions for you for the next round. In the literature on trust, as you perhaps know, I'm pretty sure you know, it's not only the Polish phenomenon. The trust in local governments is way higher than the trust in central government. So in a kind of a general way of looking at things, I would say, well, you know, the people don't trust the Kaczynski and the government, the parliament, the political parties, but at least they trust the local government. And my earlier work was on local government, so I'm kind of ideologically indoctrinated to believe that they're much kind of better functioning, or at least are closer to the people, and people feel that. So what you are saying is fantastically important, right? That there's a diversity, there are different situations, and you have this thing that we often talk about, the Polish soul, which is really good and ready to show its brightest, most beautiful sides in the moment of crisis. But when it comes to normal, everyday, day in, day out, functioning, things are beginning to collapse. So that is a very important voice, sensitizing us to those issues. So thank you so much. And Paweł, right? Yes.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Paweł Wodziński. I'm a theater director, an artist, a curator. For the past 5 years, I was the director of Biennale Warszawa, an interdisciplinary institution that works at the interface, at the juncture of art, theory, research, social activity, and political activism. It would seem that my presence here means that I would be talking about the culture wars that the populists are have been waging in Polish culture, at least since the mid-1990s. But that's a subject I want to avoid because, first of all, it's fairly well known. It has various iterations. A conflict is currently underway related to Teatr Dramatyczny, which is just on the other side of this square. It's in this building. But the arts and culture community and interdisciplinary issues related to institutions, but actually we're trying to get out of this trap, trying not to be stuck in this permanent cultural debate, trying to consider alternatives and positive solutions instead of just responding to successive provocations and challenges from the right wing, the extreme right wing, the populists. Biennale Warszawa, from day one, addressed the issue of democracy and populism. Most of its activities were an attempt to imagine, to design alternatives to what we're dealing with today: economic, political, social alternatives, discursive programs, publications, as well as exhibitions and art events. The Biennale, in the history of the Biennale, there were two moments when we looked closer at populism. The first was in 2018, when we did three programs, when we had three programs related to populism. The first was Skip the Line, Populism and Contemporary Promises. It was an exhibition, a public program, and a publication devoted to populism as a phenomenon, and not just a political phenomenon, but as a way of seeing the world. We analyzed the situation in Poland. We published Dan Kalb's text, Conversation with a Polish Populist, and updated 10 years later, factoring in the events of 2017-2018 after the Law and Justice Party came to power. The second element, the second program, was an atlas of planetary violence, one part of which was dedicated to the extreme right wing and the globalization of the extreme right, the planetary dimension of extreme nationalism, post-fascism. To quote Gaspar Tamas or Traversa, another event had to do with analyzing the language or the propaganda of the right wing. It was Jonas Staal, a Dutch artist, activist, and researcher. He wrote Propaganda Art in the 21st Century, a very interesting book where he analyzes political discourse as well as the artistic language used by Steve Bannon, for instance, or the language that was at the interface of politics and art. Then there was the second edition of the Biennale, which was held this year. It was about the relationship between politics, authority, capital, and technology. At first glance, there was no mention of the right wing or populism but if you looked more closely, this would come to light. The title was Seeing Stones and Spaces Beyond the Valley. Spaces Beyond the Valley is clear. These are spaces, alternative spaces that go beyond the paradigm of Silicon Valley. All the technological projects, ideas, innovation that don't fit within that paradigm. The first part, Seeing Stones, was a reference to The Lord of the Rings. and it's palinters, crystal balls that allow one to see at a distance, to see and hear events, far-off events, and to look into the future and the past. In today's idiom, it's a surveillance system. It's a camera that sees at a distance and a system of classifying data. Now the link with the extreme right in Palantir Technologies is a U.S. company established in 2014, published by Peter Thiel, founded by Peter Thiel. He's an investor and a lawyer, Stanford graduate, ultra-conservative right-wing activist who, for the last 20 years, has been supporting the extreme right, the right wing of the Republican Party, or even candidates that were outside the fringe. He was the first person external investor in Facebook. He founded PayPal, and now he runs a number of companies that analyze data for governments and intelligence agencies. For some time now, he's been offering his services. It's a listed company. He has 5 companies, and he's an investor in other companies, Anduril Industries, border security technology, technology used on the U.S.-Mexican border. So modern-day technologies are owned by the radical right. And this example clearly shows a new system of power that's emerging between capital, technology, centers of power, right-wing power. And I'm quoting this example because I think that any discussion about populism, especially in Poland, rarely takes into account this aspect of power, of force, this power that's an inherent element of right-wing populism. So technology, the relation between politics, capital, and technology, it shows that populism has an aggressive, imperial, capitalist dimension. So, in other words, it's a proposition for another system, a political economic system that also has its beneficiaries, that also, it's not just something that, it's not a project that exclusively to deal with anxiety or improve the living conditions of persons who have been excluded by globalization or other cultural events, but it's an imperial project, one that's about power, that's about strength. So in closing, it seems that this intuition, something that Michał Sutowski ended his intervention on, is correct. The system produces its beneficiaries, so its next iteration might take the form, might take a more populist, market-oriented face. Thank you very much.
Again, goes in the direction that is extremely important, and certainly I am very happy with this. So observe that a moment ago we talked about the local dimension, and now we're talking about transnational dimension. And this is exactly why this phenomenon is so incredibly complex and why it is so difficult to deal with it. So it's stretched between the local and the transnational. Second, this exhibition or the project Authorities Technology Capital takes us into the heart of the matter, as exactly Paweł was describing. The third, the pointing out that this is an offensive project, not just defensive project, which I think is extremely important, and we will talk more about it. We've noticed it also. And finally, the fourth element, what I hear from what you said, the creation of its own group, class, whatever you will call it, of beneficiaries who are now, whose well-being, sometimes very well-being, it depends on being sort of loyal to the system that already is beginning to take a very strong, clear shape. So thank you for all of this. And Maya, of course, last but not least, but now we will get a bit of a contrast with Serbian events and patterns.
Yes, but on English.
Yes.
Okay. So I have to first rephrase what Jan Kubik said on the start. When we started this project, there's no, I will be back to researchers and some kind of insider approach. And there is no answer to populism. And as you know, for this project, we chose some topic which is very popular, not only in political science, but it's a wide popular and used term. But to be honest, for a 3 years project, we are dealing with pretty much a depressive topic. And what was also important, that during the course of 3 years, our topic and research become more dark. And for us as researchers, I think I speak about all colleagues. You here have in audience not only colleagues from Poland, but also I saw some of our colleagues from Hungary. My colleague team from Serbia, you will hear two of them, historian Haris Dajic and also sociologist Isidora Jaric. And what is interesting, we are pretty on the end of project, but our topic becoming more sharpening, and what is interesting, more darker. So for us researchers, this event is first to say optimistic event, which some kind of optimistic goal, to speak about solutions and remedies for these issues. And what is interesting from the first start, when we are applying for this project, what was interesting that this project is first of all in comparison, and a lot of us are researching our topics, our case studies. My team is dedicated to ex-Yugoslav countries, but we don't have enough time to speak about solutions. We are researching, and this event is very important. So our project is not just finishing, it's disseminating as some kind of a new step, a new optimistic step for some problem which is, I think, for decades important in social change in numerous countries in Europe. Other important thing is that most of us are, for this event, choose only main points of our research. I will share with you this time case study of Croatia. I'm very satisfied to hear my colleagues, Štoprutkowska, who engaged us in more grassroots problem and local problem of Poland. I'm not familiar with that. And also to Paweł Wodzinski, who I have many questions for you, because you anticipated some of things that I found as some kind of remedy for Croatian case. So to introduce you that my case, I choose Croatia because you have in Croatia a mix of nationalism and populism for more than 3 decades. And what is also important, there is a problem of catch-all party, which emerged with several conservative and far-right movements, which they use in the period when they are opposition. They use it like proxies to promote their values on several occasions, not only on political events. What was also important, that populism as issue transcends parliamentary system and elections, so it's not the topic only for political scholars. For me, I am sociologist and musicologist, so I was pretty much analyzing also cultural sphere of populism, which made me to confirm finally that most of right-wing representatives using cultural means to promote on sport events, music events, numerous festivals, also on monument culture of the several nationalism events, such as for Croatia, very important revision of history of World War II and homeland wars. So what was also interesting, what I found out that, for example, in Croatian case, research highlights that allowing far-right representatives to become representatives in parliament was more constructive as some kind of remedy than to prohibiting them. For example, in numerous initiatives to prohibiting far-right movements and their initiative, that led to strengthening of that spectrum. So what was interesting, when they have entered to political arena in the parliamentary system, they just dispersed, atomized, their populist program became even silly when they deal with leftists, social democrats in parliament. So that was one of the interesting confirmation of my research. Also, what is most important, and I choose to call it critical points in our research, and I think that's main problems to speak when we think about solution and remedies. One is immeasurable influence of Croatian Catholic Church, which promotes most of the conservative and right-wing parties and movements. Initiatives, they're helping them in logistics, economically, they're also involved in other representatives of conservative, not only church, but religious, but also conservative circles international, for example, in United States. And that was one of the critical points. And second, what is very interesting is position of media, for example, on the umbrella of democratic pluralism, and put all things that, for example, in election periods, representatives have to say. Croatian media are promoting even hate speech. They don't use censorship, and with their role, without have some critical insight what they are doing. In recent trends, according to a survey, populism, especially right-wing populism, become popular in youth. So I think on the one side, one issue is Croatian Catholic Church and how to minimize their influence, and second is how to deal with that huge influence on new media on dispersing of idea of populism. I think that's all I have to say, and just to anticipate our discussion, which I think will be most motivational for us as attenders, but also for audience. I think already in all Balkan countries, There's several initiatives to deal with political issues, especially post-conflict transition and, as you know, wars from 90s. For example, in film industry, now they have, I think, 3 or 4 movies. They're make international impact and huge influence to think critically on revision of history. But still, there's no any initiative by cultural means to deal with populism. So I have to thank to Mr. Wodzinski to share with us a Polish case, which is very inspirational and motivational, how to think about it, and how with some high artistic practice festival could be done some of this kind of remedy for. So thank you all.
Thank you so much. I think that that's, again, something that is really important, and to gain this comparative perspective. And sorry, I'm kind of thinking about so many things. I introduced as someone who will talk about Serbia, of course. Croatia is the case which actually gives us a very important perspective, namely the role of Roman Catholicism. And I just, for those of you who do not know, I will just occur to me listening to Maya that one of the founding members of the Concilium Civitas, Anna Grzymała-Busse, published an important book called Nations Under God, How Churches Use Moral Authority to Influence Politics. I very strongly recommend this book, and one of the chapters is actually an explicit comparison of Croatia and Poland. So that's, of course, one of the key issues in the analysis of right-wing populism, the role of religion, and mentioning artistic initiatives, including what's happening in the film industry, what's happening in politics of memory, of course, which we'll talk more about later. Those are very central topics. You know, saying all those things after each presentation, I guess I'm just building the sense of helplessness, because the phenomenon is so full of nuances and so multi-dimensional and multivalent that we may feel overwhelmed, but perhaps it's better to take the stock and realize what we're facing up to, and then start from there. However, we will have to realize the task is not going to be easy. This is the end of the first sort of round. Now we have commentators who should be in the first row. Any of you, do you feel you would like to add something, a critique, a response, a thought, whatever, please, let's start a discussion from you.
Microphone. Microphone.
Tak, słychać teraz?
I'm also here for 2 reasons. I am an academic, but I don't specialize directly in populism. But I'm also in an NGO. It's the Miasto jest nasze association, the city is ours, and what I can speak about is the regional level, the local government level. Listening to these examples and to these stories, I wanted to share the findings of research I did in Warsaw, in Wilanów, in southern Warsaw. I looked at new districts of the city and access to public services, or actually lack of access, how public infrastructure isn't keeping up with the rapid development of the city. I noticed that urbanization of cities and limited access to public services affects the way people, the everyday life of residents, but also generates conflicts between people. This brought to light, or my research brought to light, a difference between the old and new residents of a neighborhood, of a district, people who've lived there for years and people who've recently moved in. So when looking at this, I noticed that it corresponds to the political distinction. The new residents in Wilanów, they live in a new neighborhood. For the benefit of those of you who don't know Warsaw, it's called Miasteczko Wilanów. It had the greatest support for the civic platform. In some polling stations, it was 80 to 85%, while Old Wilanów, was termed by residents of a bastion of the Law and Justice Party. And when I looked at the election results, I noticed that in those polling stations, in the neighborhoods with older residents, the Law and Justice Party had a relative majority. And this corresponds to what Michał Sutowski mentioned as the reasons for the Law and Justice Party's success. These old residents feel the pressures of gentrification. Little shoemakers' stores are shutting down, and instead you have sushi restaurants. And in the new middle-class neighborhoods, this lack of public services is translated into the sense that people feel that the local authorities aren't delivering, aren't doing what's expected of them. They feel exploited. They feel that they're paying taxes, but they're not getting public services in return, that it's not distributed. And the Law and Justice Party exploits this rhetoric using colloquial expressions of terms for new residents, for people who've recently moved to Warsaw, and as an attempt to restore this sense of dignity among the older residents. Unfortunately, Agnieszka Sodecka is not with us, but I read her study on dignity, on restoring dignity, on the Law and Justice Party as the response to an ontological dissatisfaction and social anxieties, a celebration of the local and a rejection of the global. And following up on what you said is that not bad-mouthing local governments supports populists, but the, I wouldn't say deficient, but inadequate provision of public services. And there's the policy, this lack of public services, the ideology of growth that was the prevailing attitude of local government. This may have influenced the situation, so it's not fatigue. It's not a deferred transformation fatigue, as somebody said, but there would be different factors. And in the papers we received, one of the questions was, how could you reply, what would the response be to populism? One way would be to provide quality public service, improving life in the cities, and not invoking abstract indicators like GDP, but looking at the grassroots level. Sorry for taking up too much time, but I think this was less than 5 minutes.
It was very important, so don't worry about the time.
Hi, my name is Paweł Marczewski. I represent the Batory Foundation and its think tank called Idea Forum. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to comment on such an interesting and multifaceted panel. I want to be very brief, but at the same time kind of move beyond what has been said at the table. My impression from what I've just heard, but also from different studies of populism that have been published over the past couple of years, I have the impression that when we study the origins of populism, and when we move beyond the simple distinction, economic roots versus cultural roots of populism, we already see that much more kind of dangerous prospect of what happens after populism, or when populism fails. And I believe that we are already at this stage. Because when we focus on the promises of populism, the promise of populism, regardless whether it's the American version of bringing back jobs and making America great again, or if it's Central European version of populism, promising more recognition and more dignity, especially when we compare Central European countries with Western European countries, right? And all of that is associated with this brilliant term of late transformation fatigue. Regardless whether we focus on the American or Central European model, we see one thing. Populism promises, in all its different versions, to basically put the people at the center, back. I mean, it's kind of an ultra-majoritarian version of democracy, right? Whether it focuses on economic or cultural reasons, doesn't matter. All of them have in common this ultra-majoritarian definition of democracy. And this ultra-majoritarian definition or proposal of kind of making democracy ultra-majoritarian again, it inevitably fails. And it inevitably fails in the face of internal differences within societies, along the lines of race, class, rural versus urban, and so on and so forth. And also it inevitably fails in the face of globalization, which of course speeds up certain economic processes, but it also makes the process of marginalization or, it also speeds up the process of growing inequalities across the globe. So it inevitably fails, whether it focuses on economic or cultural grounds. And now the question is, and I think Michał Sutowski already posed this question, what comes after? When those people who believe that they will be successfully represented by populists actually realize that this promise is unfulfilled. What happens with the marginalized? Because the populists never represent, I mean, the populist social policies, for example, or welfare policies, they are never aimed at marginalized or less affluent. They are usually aimed at majority. If you look, for example, at family policies in Hungary, which are mostly based on tax cuts. So of course they benefit the more affluent people. If you look at the 500+ program in Poland, majority of funds from this program go to the upper, the richest decile of society, right? The more money goes to the more affluent. So those policies are aimed at benefiting the majority. So what happens when the actually marginalized realize that they are not represented by populists? What comes then? I think that this is the biggest threat of populism. Because they are bound to fail. Because their promises are so high and so abstract that they are actually at some point bound to fail. And what comes with this disillusionment? In Poland, this is probably the extreme right. This kind of, anti-state, ultra-libertarian version of the far right. But it doesn't have to be this version. It can come in the form of fascism. As in Germany, for example, if you see that AfD is actually failing and not delivering on its promises in parliament, what do you see? You see the Reichsbürger movement organizing and trying to basically overthrow the legal and democratic regime. So my biggest concern here is that we already see the failure of the populist promise when we study its origins, and the big question now is what comes after. Thank you.
Dzień dobry.
Michał Sysko, the Ferdinand Lassalle social think tank. Thank you for having me. Unlike the panelists, I'll focus on the similarities between right-wing populism in Western and Central Europe. And I would like to focus on two concepts that I think can be a bridge allowing us to understand right-wing populism: uncertainty and lack of agency. About a decade ago, I attended a seminar on election campaigns, an international seminar with experts and politicians, during which seminar everybody was talking about change, hope, transformation. And then somebody from the Dutch Labour Party got up and said that this is a recipe for failure. He said that the Dutch Labour Party was all about telling its voters that we would uphold the status quo, the achievements of the welfare state and the Dutch Labour Party. And I think today we have right-wing populism that is becoming a guarantee of upholding the achievements of the welfare state, and the transformation of West European right-wing populist parties is interesting. In the post-war period, for most of them, began with an extreme free market program that challenged the welfare state. But since the beginning of this century, these parties have been moving towards a more social platform. The Marine Le Pen in France, but also the Nordic right-wing parties, which are now making themselves out to be as the most credible defenders, protectors of the champions of the welfare state, saying that they're the party of the working man. And in Central and Eastern Europe, the right-wing parties or right-wing populist parties have, since the beginning of the transformation, been challenging, questioning the neoliberal economic transformation and social transformation, of course, by relying on nationalism and chauvinism, criticizing privatization, for instance, using foreign capital. But in this context, I think the distinction into center and periphery is important. I wouldn't agree that the problem of Poland and Central Europe has to do with local government. Local government does have its problems, but I'd see the problems elsewhere. The problem has to do with adopting a model, a development model nationwide. In Poland, the cause of the popularity of right-wing populism is a state policy which over decades has led to transport exclusion. The rail network in Poland has been devastated, and the periphery is cut off from the center, which impacts the labor market. And this has to do with something we know from the US, the Rust Belt. Poland is unique in Central and Eastern Europe because it has a fairly equal distribution of medium-sized cities that were industrialized, especially in the 1970s. They experienced a period of growth, greater population growth. They were factory towns, one or two large factories around which social infrastructure emerged and an educational system. In 1989, these factory towns, these factories went bust, And so this led to disenchantment, and the cities are being depopulated and trying to reinvent themselves. Now let's think back to the election campaign of the Law and Justice Party in Poland, and let's recall that it was the present Prime Minister, Mateusz Morawiecki, who wrote the introduction to the Polish version of Marian Mazzucato's The Entrepreneurial State. The Law and Justice Party promised that these towns, which were being deindustrialized, that it would bring back industry and public services to medium-sized towns, as well as railroad connections. Let's get back to public opinion polls from 2015, commissioned by Gazeta Wyborcza Daily. A poll on the motivation of voters. Law and Justice voters said that they would vote for the party because they were hoping that the party would help the economic situation of that specific person or their family. And that is relevant. And another thing which leads to this misunderstanding, whether it's cultural or economic. In Poland, some commentators have said that the victory of the Law and Justice Party was based on dignity and culture and not the economy, because the Polish economy was growing. We had economic growth, but there are also studies by Warsaw University researchers who looked at what this growth was based on. Economic growth during the world economic crisis, when Poland was an island unaffected by the crisis. This had to do with liberalizing the labor code, more precarious workplaces, 0-hour contracts and so on, and where the employees were expected to bear the brunt, and the Law and Justice Party had something to offer in exchange. And in closing, a lack of agency, getting back to the Dutch Labour Party, because we often forget when in political science this neoliberal shift that it was the Dutch Labour Party that was the first social democratic party that followed the third way, that accepted the neoliberal paradigm. Tony Blair and Gerhard Schroeder jumped on that bandwagon later. Dutch voters, or the traditional labor voters, didn't have anybody to represent them in parliament, and there was also the erosion of these mass organizations that were that democratically represented the social interests, namely trade unions, which are undergoing erosion in the West and in Poland, as I said. The only thing that challenged the paradigm of transformation, this was challenged by populist right-wing parties. And in closing, two comments. First of all, I think that this debate should also look at communication. The media, channels of expressing interests and positions, opinions. This is one thing that Central and Eastern Europe has in common with Western Europe and the US. The identity oriented media. This is a global model where the media serve the cause of polarization rather than being a vehicle for dialogue. A historical comment. This meeting is held just before the centenary of the killing of the assassination of the first president of Poland in December 1922. A right-wing assassin murdered the democratically elected president of Poland here in Warsaw, and when you read the newspapers from back in the day, you get the impression that we're dealing with something fairly similar. When you read speeches by politicians made 100 years ago, and what we have today, the polarization is similar. So it's not something that just emerged in the last decades. it certainly has deeper roots. But there is one difference. When President Naurotovich was going to be sworn in Parliament, there was unrest in the streets and in the students and representatives of the elite supported the fascists, but the democratically elected president was supported by workers from Warsaw factories who came to Warsaw to break up the fascist manifestation, and I think that's a difference.
Dziękuję bardzo. There are so many things in those interventions, and we are slowly running out of time, so I will shut up, and I'll try to share some of my thoughts later. Let me open this to the broader public, and please raise your hand, and if you could please introduce yourself and then share with us your ideas.
Dziękuję bardzo. Elżbieta Korolczuk.
Thank you very much. Elżbieta Korolczuk, University of Warsaw, Southern University. I would like to relate back to this economy versus culture question. As a scholar of social studies, I have been dealing with the same dilemma when analyzing social movements. So, is it that social movements, their emergence is sparked by certain objective political or economic circumstances or other factors? Today, we already know that one important issue is interpretation, i.e. how people understand economic changes, who they identify as the culprit, who they identify as the party to be blamed. So the narrative about the world we are in is the effective narrative, combines cultural and economic factors in a cohesive way. So if we look at the issue from the standpoint of cultural factors, and that's one thing I've been researching, I've researched anti-gender and ultra-conservative movements, I have no doubt that these movements have supplied a narrative to populism that combines economic and cultural factors. And this is in the anti-colonial framework, which says that what we are dealing with is cultural colonialism. So an attempt to introduce values or to colonize local cultures by bringing in liberal values. At the same time, it is said that the people responsible for doing this are the liberal elites, also the economic elites. The final aim being to colonize, to have cultural colonization, to change the values in society, plus economic colonization. So in its most crude version, this is a story promoted both by the Law and Justice Party and cookies, who said that Poland is supposed to become a colony of Western Europe with no strong families, no culture, a sort of multicultural backwater that would supply cheap labor to Western Europe. I think it's high time to stop talking in terms of a culture versus economy dichotomy, but we should reflect on how those two elements are combined into one narrative, because they are both combined. One thing that I am missing in this conversation is taking note of the difference between old-style populism as represented by Andrzej Leper in Poland or as represented by Paweł Kukiz. This is a whole different animal. Versus the new style populism, the 3 Ps that we've been analyzing in 100 different ways, which is simply a political factory, a powerhouse, a project with a methodology. It's no popular movement. So if we agree to that distinction, it's worth reflecting on how it happened that the old style populists, who were a kind of canary in the mine, are now off the stage. They've been forced out by this big professional project, especially if you look at Andrzej Lepper's story, but the same thing holds true for Cookies and all the other old populists, also in other countries. It was a very strong alliance between traditional conservatives with cosmopolitan liberals, who together brought the traditional populists to an end, and then the traditional conservatives took over their voters because there is a demand, but there was a revolution in supply. So in what sense are we seeing a return to the 1930s, when the conservatives handed over their votes to the fascists, affirming their might? And I think there's a lesson to be learned here. So the distinction is important, not just on account of the lesson, but also on modus operandi. Back then, we were dealing with spontaneous people who were standing up, whereas today we're dealing with cynical, ultra-professional players who are tapping into the entire apparatus. And Andrzej Lepper knew this right well. He knew that the pig was dead. So this is a whole new danger.
So 1, 2.
Okay.
Ja tylko chciałam poprosić doktora.
I just want to ask Dr. Stoprutkowska to talk about education. After all, it seems extremely important.
Profesor Krzemiński.
Dziękuję bardzo.
So since you introduced me already, I'm a retired professor. So I, to some extent, agree with this colonial language, and I agree with Mrs. Korolczuk. However, I disagree with Mr. Sutkowski. We cannot separate cultural and nationalistic reasons. In fact, national populism is an extremely current notion, very popular today, which is gaining in ascendancy, because this type of populism is essentially a populism that exploits ideology, is infused, permeated by ideology. In classical textbooks, this is not how populism is defined. It's traditionally defined as without an ideology, whereas this populism is very much grounded in ideology. Now, for economic issues, and here I would like to relate to Professor Benzesh. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. So, switching between languages. It's a matter of the relative, and therefore not so much objective, the relative sense of inequality, deprivation that people imagine. I believe that between 2010 and 2015, Poland went through a period of structural social restructuring. There were investments that brought Poland closer in status to Western Europe, in economic status, and there a gap emerged in between people's material status and their aspirations to be recognized by Western Europe. Mr. Sutkowski has minimalized the significance, the importance of the 500 plus subsidy, family subsidy, which antagonized some people. People who said, well, Poland has changed, the people at the top are well off, but we are still very poor. We should have a lifestyle like in the West. And so these are social processes, but also processes in people's heads, their aspirations, dreams, and so on. So we deserve more, since Poland has made such economic progress in terms of updating its economy, infrastructure, and so on. I don't know what the situation is like in Hungary. I'm not familiar with that context. But things seemed to go similarly in the Baltic states. There was an infrastructural progress, and yet governments failed to keep abreast of people's aspirations. Salaries did not rise. People aspired to better economic conditions. On top of this, and here I'm following Mrs. Korolczuk, I agree with her, this is followed by narratives, the way of framing that discontent, of stirring up a sense of threat. The nationalistic vision is to a large extent Catholic, and it provided simple explanations. That is, look at them, they're earning money, they're bringing in refugees, and we're still not doing that well. Income or money is flowing out of the country rather than flowing down to the people, which fueled this sense of material deprivation. And I've analyzed it on several occasions. If you look at the macro indicators, over the period between 2013 and 2015, we saw that the top, the bottom 10% saw the highest raise in terms of their income. Yet we're still poor. And here Mr. Sutowski spoke about the young generation, the young and educated class who found themselves in not very good circumstances. Even if they were earning money, they lived with a sense of uncertainty. They could lose their job at any moment due to market changes or personal decisions in the company. However, if I well remember, this group did not vote for law and justice in big numbers. So I wouldn't see that as a straightforward issue. Some of them, yes, some of them did start identifying with the populist current, but many didn't. So I would be quite careful in identifying the causes of populism. Of course, they are different in the East and in the West, but this issue of failed aspirations, of glass ceilings, of not being able to get out of one's economic bracket to move forward, that was a very important issue. And it's a great starting point for a cultural / economic / political interpretation. So it's not just a cultural reason. It's always culture and ideology.
Another 6 hours to respond to all of this, because I am kind of rattled in various ways by various statements. I agree with some, don't agree with others, but I will just point out that the most recent research on the distribution of wealth in the EU shows that Poland is the most unequal society in the EU. So whether that objective gap in wealth translates into political action and cultural elaboration, that's a separate and complicated issue. But we are dealing with the picture I used to believe, because of older studies were showing that Poland is sort of in the middle of the EU in terms of the gap between the rich and the poor. Newest research shows that Poland is at the very bottom. But we may want to return to that. We should have stopped now, but we have additional whatever, I shouldn't say whatever, 10 minutes, and please, so maybe we'll go in this.
2 for each?
Up to 3. Then we can continue over tea, coffee, whatever. Yes, we will start the next session a little bit later. We had a bit of a delay at the beginning, but we are almost on target. But so please take your time for main points, and then please continue in subgroups while you are drinking tea and coffee and eat those cookies there. Let's start the same order.
Okay, thanks very much. So it was great indeed, and thanks very much for the many suggestions and points. There would be just so many things to reflect upon, therefore I decided to pick just 2 things. One is that some kind of an implicit optimism was felt, I think, in the room that probably the system may collapse sooner or later because of the promises that these populists cannot deliver. I think this is not the case. The system might collapse, but for different reasons. I think the real innovation of these new populists is that they have become able to redefine the promises whenever actually they felt so. These promises are rather hard to actually detect what's actually the meaning of them. Just think about security and dignity. These were the 2 catchwords we used in this 2-hour-long session. I mean, you can provide any content to them, and if you fail to deliver, then you can rephrase them or redefine them. Just thinking about the Hungarian case, I mean, we are almost there sometimes to deliver, let's say, security or dignity, where we aspire to be, where we actually dream to be, but nevertheless, thanks to migrants, thanks to sanctions imposed on us by Brussels, or thanks to Soros and his agents, we just failed so. So actually they try to do their best, nevertheless they fail to deliver. So I think the really innovative thing in new populism is that they can all the time redefine themselves. They can all the time pick who actually the people are. It's not something that could be defined in absolute terms. It's totally flexible, and I think that's the real innovation, as opposed to other, let's say, fake ideologies where you need to actually be accountable and reasonable to some extent, and you could be easily, let's say, checked whether you delivered on your promises on, let's say, state property or state involvement versus free market, and so on and so on. In case of populism, you can be whatever you want to be and whatever actually people you want to be. And that's my other point, and I'll finish here, that I think around this table we quite often, let's say, entered into the topic of section 2, I mean consequences. It's not a big surprise. In Western Europe, the focus is more on the demand and causes, because populism, if not marginalized, but at least not as much on power yet as here in Central and Eastern Europe. That's why I think we reflected upon so much, especially from the Polish perspective, what populists do on power. And you called it actually an offensive project, which is absolutely true. But I think this is the point where we need to also emphasize that populists are, or have been, really innovative, because whatever, or we can call them, let's say, the supply, but that supply has always managed to create its own demand, and that's very, very, very important. So it's kind of a self-maintaining perpetual system. All right, thanks very much.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Very briefly, a couple of issues, a couple of strands. Regarding what the previous speaker said about Croatia, and how she's mentioned engaging populists in the mainstream, it seems that this worked only for the old populists, like Andrzej Leper in Poland. I mean, he could be quote-unquote civilized or destroyed, Actually, either or. He was a fairly decent agriculture minister. He proved a fairly competent and sensible politician when he was given a position, an office that corresponded to his interests, and this was important because Samoobrona, the self-defense movement, was an authentic movement with interests. It wasn't just symbolic and dignity-oriented, but it was material. And if you're talking about an interest group, these interests can be met or negotiated, and they can be brought into the political system. But this doesn't work for political machines, which use populist narratives to reproduce their power for their own ends. Paweł Wodziński, when he spoke about Peter Thiel, that was interesting. I think what we have, I was talking about the local factors like the exhaustion of social populist narrative, which is no longer credible in the face of inflation. It doesn't work anymore. It can make sense as a conservative narrative, so it won't be so bad when we're in power, but it's not 2015 when they promised that things would get a lot better. It's not just an analogy. Every political movement needs resources to draw on, and the Law and Justice Party as a political movement relied on resources that it got thanks to a good business cycle, and now it can't use that. It doesn't have this new aggressive, offensive right wing. It can rely on international alliances with capital of that kind. I've heard, for instance, that in healthcare, I mean, Kaczynski is not on top of it, but experts at the health ministry who are planning the future of the sector are thinking in terms of very capitalist, globalist terms, and they can, of course, spice it up with some nationalist rhetoric, but it will be a Peter Thiel version of capitalism, or an Amazon version of capitalism. So it's an analogy. So you can have strange bedfellows. You can have new alliances like what Elżbieta Korolczuk and Agnieszka Graf wrote about in their book about anti-gender international movements. I think we agree that social and economic and cultural matters. That's a false dichotomy. I also spoke about a change of proportion, which is caused by a change of context, which occurred between 2015 and now. And another thing, this narrative framework is one thing, but the Law and Justice Party succeeded in putting it all together, in turning it into a narrative. The 500-plus family program is a material manifestation of lending dignity. So they didn't just provide money, but they tangibly showed that we respect you, you matter to us as families, as people. And there's no dichotomy here, and I didn't question the significance of this program in 2015. I didn't, and so the base was more important than the superstructure, and so it was important as a way of gaining power than it is as a method of keeping power, because the situation has changed, and the social perception of what is possible, of what a state can do, what a state can provide. And I'm glad that Michał Syska quoted this study about citizens in a green island. It's one of the most important books written about Poland recently, and it's a book that's unfortunately often ignored. Thank you very much. First, let me respond to Michał Syska. I think that what you said about the model of development where focusing on the big cities, which received all the resources, while the periphery received much less. That's one of the reasons I agree, but it doesn't rule out what I said, and in fact it's in line with what I said about local government, because once these peripheries, these small towns, so the question is, what institution, what platform could provide an alternative that provides dignity and security? And it seemed that local government was the obvious answer, and local governments should provide an alternative, which is why the low quality or the insufficient participation of civil participation in local government is, I think, especially significant and can explain why locally people were not respected, appreciated enough, and they didn't have this sense of the self-esteem. And this is in line with what Professor Kubik said when he asked about trust, how local government, relatively and compared with the state, central institutions, enjoys greater trust. But this is a credit. This is something given to local government, and I think a democratization of local government and providing better participation. It's like what the lady from Miasto jest Nasze said about provision of quality services, public services. This is crucial, and it's no coincidence that Law and Justice in Poland has been attacking local government and is trying to destroy local government now. As for education, well, that's a long discussion that we need to have, but I would like to point out that, as with local government, the educational system and education generally should be a platform for creating subjectivity, for empowerment. It should be a democratic institution, but education, the system is very hierarchical. It's still 19th century, a 19th century model with a clear division into students, pupils, who have very little to say, and who shouldn't ask questions and just be passive recipients. I mean, of course, there are different types of education, but education is also a dimension where an area where a democratic identity, which doesn't foster democratic identity among young people. And let me just tell a story. I do a project about civic education, also Horizon 2020, and I heard that in Poland we'd have a problem because Polish pupils, Polish students, and Polish citizens aren't interested because their curiosity was killed by the school system. They can't ask questions. They don't know how to respond to, I don't know, they don't know how to respond to any propositions about regarding inclusion, or so they don't have this curiosity, and that's a prerequisite for participation in. Thank you. Inspired by what Michał Syska said, I wanted to ask a few questions about the differences between Poland and the West, because I feel that we often think in terms of cliches. I mean, we look for similarities. In Poland, about 2 years ago, Didier Eribon's book, Return to Reims, was published, which seeks to respond why the voters of socialists and communists in France now are voting for Marine Le Pen and the former Front National. So we have this tendency to see it in terms of similarities. There's like this working class or factory workers who in Poland are now have started voting for the right. I don't have any research, I just have intuitions and my impressions from traveling all over the country, but this is something we could have spoken about in the 1990s. This populist wave Jacek Żakowski mentioned was a response to that. But between the 90s and, say, 2015, a lot of things happened. Working in Poland for 20 years, all over Poland, I saw the local towns develop. I saw EU grants, EU funds supporting local development. I saw the emergence of other social groups, which are, so in Bydgoszcz, where I worked previously, it would be hard to find representatives of the working class because they scattered, the factories were shut down, these people started working in services and started small businesses. So in 2015 wasn't the collapse of industry and the closure of factories. It was a different kind of turning point. The Law and Justice Party with the 500+ program and with their social programs, they weren't addressing, they weren't targeting the popular classes or the former proletariat, the former working class, but rather the petit bourgeois that emerged and that started having aspirations. I really can't corroborate this. I don't substantiate this with any research, but I think it's more complex when it comes to Poland. But Jacek Żakowski spoke about the strategies of the new right, which is using performative instruments. I think last year a book was published about 5 years perverse decolonization, published by Akademie der Künste der Welt in Köln, and it's only about the use of post-colonial discourse by the right, by the European right, theories of dependence, and also by the right in Poland. And so I would agree that anti-colonial discourse is being put to a perverse use here. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Briefly, just let me add, because you mentioned Bydgoszcz. There's another factor. Just before the elections in 2015, when we met, I was in Bydgoszcz. I was in the market, and I asked my brother, "We have an election. Where's the posters? Where is Bronisław Komorowski, the incumbent?" He didn't have an election campaign. The entire market square in Bydgoszcz was covered with posters, with propaganda, or actually election posters of the Law and Justice Party. So I think that it's worth, apart from social and cultural factors and economic factors, you also have purely political instruments. So the lenience or negligence by the incumbents and the TINA thing, that there is no alternative to us. But that's not just something that you get in Poland.
I have to finish with some proverb from the series we all know. It's Game of Thrones, and to answer on Paweł Marszewski's question, even if it's not for me, but it's inspiration to answer. So it said, and I think it's fit to this populist topic, there's nothing more powerful than a good story. So, for example, if you allow me just 1 minute to say something about other case, it's a Serbia case. For example, you speak about what if that promising failing. I agree with Istvan when he said about all the time rephrasing and the possibility to redefine that political messages which are pretty much empty signifier. For example, security after COVID time and all that. But in the case of Serbia, you have a context in which you have not only decades, but more than 3 centuries of authoritarian heritage. So when you have that kind of corpus of values that people couldn't change, they didn't accept liberal democracy, they are still at the front door of liberal democracy, it's very hard to expect people not believe in promising. They're always believing, and when something happened, you have several, we didn't talk today, on this session, you have populist measures. For example, we have during the course of COVID and after and before elections, we have some measures of helping people with money. For example, now in Serbia, helping youth with 50 euros of help. So there's numerous, to say, initiatives. It's not only narratives, but that good stories which are very well acquainted with not only populism, but nationalism is very much fuel for right-wing populists to stay on power. And other question it's very inspirational to think, it's what if marginalized get up and ask their rights. We in Serbia have, for example, Pride is organized. We have numerous NGOs fighting for LGBT rights. But you have populists in government, it's Serbian Progressive Party, and they said, well, we have Prime Minister, she's lesbian, you see, we are very democratic, we are the only country with such, but she's a privileged lesbian. Other people, so that story keep for mouth shout of majority, and everything is, as Istvan said, redefined, they are democratic. Also, when they put Prime Minister, after Brussels put that thing as one of point we need to achieve in order to become EU member. So it's very, very hard to speak, but I think in a context where you have authoritarian heritage, people believe in populist, in that kind of strategy. Because you always have, in populist strategy, you have enemies, internal enemies. In Serbia, it's more important to have external enemies. And that discourse of victimhood is very strong, and they keep on that path, so they are very powerful on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. We are a bit over time. We are going to take a break, and let's reconvene in 15 minutes. As planned, 15 minutes.
trudne. Dobrze, dzień dobry Państwu.
So welcome to our second session. I will be chairing it in English, but just to welcome everybody, I wanted to use Polish. So we'll try to stick to the time allotted in the program. I'll limit my speech to a minimum.
We will follow the suit of the previous session, the one that was chaired by Jan. I will start with a brief introduction of the panelists. We have the same selection of academics and practitioners from both POPREBEL team and not from POPREBEL as well. So we will have, we hope for fruitful discussion, and we will share our research and experiences. This session is devoted to the consequences of populism. So in a way, we will continue the debate that started just before the break. What we have discovered in POPREBEL and what we see living in the populist reality, in fact, is that the consequences of populism not only touch upon diverse spheres of the activity, but importantly, they are non-trivial in a sense that they totally change the reality that we are in. And I think that what comes of the first session, what also comes of our research, is that populism has sort of moved the barriers of what is acceptable. So it did change, and it has been changing very importantly, this normative sphere of our reality. So we are essentially talking about different sort of set of consequences. And so while looking for remedies and answering the question which was asked in the previous session, what comes next? What happens after populism? I think that the answer is even that more difficult. So we need to somehow map the consequences. Let me start with a brief introduction. Here with me is my colleague from POPREBEL project, Professor Isidora Jaric from University of Belgrade. Then Professor Elżbieta Korolczuk from the University of Stockholm and the University of Warsaw. Then my colleague from POPREBEL yet again, István Kolai from Corvinus University in Budapest. Then we have Dariusz Standerski from Kalecki Foundation and the Faculty of Economic Sciences of the University of Warsaw. And last but not least, Krzysztof Izdebski from Stefan Batory's Foundation's IDEA Forum. My name is Joanna Orzechowska-Wacławska. I am a member of a POPREBEL team. Every day I teach at Jagiellonian University in the Center of European Studies. So without further ado, I will just pass the floor on to my colleague, Isidora. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Joanna. Let me say at the beginning that I'm not sure that my research actually fits into consequences of populism, maybe partly. Because I was trying together with my team to think about this problem in a way which argue that actually new media and media in general are a kind of tool for promotion of populist political communication, a tool which sensibilize us for political discourse, and a tool which make it possible that populism raise in which extent. In that sense, I'm not completely sure that this place is the real one for my topic. At the beginning, I would like to share with you something which is related to my personal professional path, which is related to the road which I passed to come to this topic. One of my first research tasks when I became a young researcher in the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory in Belgrade was a task related to one huge research which was dealing with the perception of citizens about 1990s and post-October 5th changes. You know that on the October 5th, 2000, we had riots in Belgrade, and the result of that riots and protest was the end of Milosevic era. That was a huge research which include more than 300 interviewees with whom we were doing in-depth interviews, ethnographic interviews. And the idea was that we try to understand the internal logic of which leads citizens to make a particular political choices. Because our presumption was that no matter how illogical looks like a particular political decision, that there is always some logic behind that decision. I will not go further in the results of that research, but my personal insight when we finished that research was that in spite of that we were doing the research on the representative sample, which was stratified according to age, gender, and education, the result was that actually our sample was curved toward the interviewees which are predominantly pro-democratic oriented. Actually, that was the case in the majority of that type of the researches, and that was the question which was in my head till today. In the years after that, I was almost obsessively trying to make the contact with the potential interviewees which are pro-right, and to understand the internal logic behind their political choices. I even succeed to make a contact with some of them, but no one wanted to give me the in-depth interview. And that was really frustrating, but then, maybe more than 10 years ago, I discovered something which was really a challenge for me. I discovered a secret forums and secret website, at least secret for me. And I find out that there is a huge world behind which is invisible, in which pro-right people exchange the ideas. I even wrote a couple of texts. One of them is about the Stormfront Forum, which is international forum of pro-right citizens, if we can call them, which exchange different kinds of racist ideas, and that was really a turning point for me as a researcher. And then after that research, I articulate the idea, which I believe that still stands, that actually the space of World Wide Web is a space in which people who share that kind of ideas, which are not a part of mainstream politics, could exchange these forbidden ideas and articulate their political positions. That's, for me, that was really a scary insight because as a sociologist, I understand that once when you articulate idea, it's a matter of time when you will enter into public space from that secret space of World Wide Web. So actually, I started to think in the way that maybe the researchers of such secret communities could show us the future of our societies. Of course, that is really sometimes hard because we do not have a social contract which includes that cyber and digital reality. In spite of the fact that the digital reality now intersects with our everyday reality, we do not have a social contract how we should behave on that, and there is no punishment if we do not deal that in a proper way. Okay, now I'm moving to the research. So these are the main ideas which I was tracking when I entered in this research. And actually today, the things are even more complicated because now we are dealing with something which is an ongoing process. And there are researchers which name that as a platform society. Now we are living in the era of platforms which change our reality, but in a new way. And we cannot track easily who is sending us a particular message, who is running the game. Because the mechanisms of datification, commodification, selection, which are running digital platforms, actually are running by algorithms, by artificial intelligence. So now let me paraphrase Lav Menovic, which articulate that maybe 10 years ago, that now if we want to have a control, we have to have very specific competencies and knowledges. We should be software engineers, but not the ordinary ones, if we intend to avoid the algorithms. The majority of the users, we are just subjects of these algorithms. So, of course, the platforms are political actors as well. But we could say that they push public toward their own agendas, and also pull information which they estimated as not relevant. Actually, we can also talk about a new media ecosystem which is made within platform society, which becomes infrastructure for populist political communication. And I will say that there are, at least I can articulate two main points related to that thesis. One is that integration of thick and thin populism politics with old and new media provides a specific form of media populism, which is not my thesis, it's a Mazzolini thesis. And you can see that with specific news and entertainment convergence, which is very characteristic for the platforms. And the other is the integration of populism into media logic, which is depending on one, level of journalistic professionalism and level of media commercialization. Related to that journalistic professionalism, it is important to emphasize that the gatekeeping role blurring, and that actually now we are dealing with a change within the professional community of journalists in which that gatekeeping role is not important anymore as in previous decades. And related to the media commercialization, I would say that we are facing with the lack of public relevance of information in favor of the commercial logic, and it is specifically visible in the increasing infotainment that blurring boundary between the information and entertainment and scandalization. And I would stop.
Shall I? Okay. I'll just stick to English.
Ja będę mówiła po angielsku.
My intervention as maybe also a provocation as well, because I would like to focus on something that haven't been discussed so much in the briefs, and maybe it was discussed in the project, so maybe we can have a broader discussion afterwards. Mainly the populist strategies in the sphere of knowledge production and expertise. Because, of course, I'm wondering to what extent the intervention that we are doing now, doing studies, gathering knowledge, meeting in this wonderful room full of very smart people, to what extent we are able to actually make impact with this kind of strategies. So I would like to just very shortly discuss the strategies and tactics used by populists in the field of knowledge production and expertise. And I think that because I'm studying mostly the issue connected to gender studies and gender equality, and this is obviously one of the fields where populist actors are very active, but of course there are other issues such as climate denialism, for example, or critical race theory, or minority rights. All those issues are being politicized, and they are just an example, I would say, of how the politics of knowledge production and expertise is being changed under the populist influence. So, of course, if we think about tactics, I think we all know them well. Attacking individual scholars, attacking or banning specific fields of study, such as gender studies in Hungary, but also critical race studies in US in some places, withdrawing financial support, changing curricula, changing regulations concerning professional advancement. And I think this is something very interesting because as in the Polish case, for example, as some of you probably know, that we have this wonderful system of points, and your professional advancement depends on how much points you will gather, meaning if you are, for example, publishing in a great journal, then you'll have like 70 points, and that will, of course, be included in your evaluation. But of course, as you know, the Minister of Education has changed the system in midterm, adding some not very well-known journals and publishers and giving them a lot of points. And that, of course, have a very real impact on the system of promotion within academia, because people who have gain those points will have better chances for professional advancement, and therefore they will be the ones who will decide on how the careers of others will develop. But another very interesting field is production of knowledge, and I think that this is something that we very much underestimate, because on the one hand it is. So what is included in the production of knowledge? On the one hand, this is basically publishing, right? Publishing books, pamphlets, reports, and so on and so forth. when they are often very well emulating the sort of professional type of reports, which are then used for policy measures and so on and so forth. And that also is connected to promoting alternative intellectual authorities. Gabriel Kubi, the German sociologist, promoting the idea that gender is a global conspiracy, is one example of such new authority. She is well known in Poland and other Central European countries, not so well known in Germany, but there is a lot of events organized around her work. Then, of course, conferences, public debates, and so on, and often they are organized as to promote the idea that they are actually the new platform for free speech, right? So I have been, for example, invited to a very interesting conference organized by Patrick Jaki, a European MP, in 2020, which was called Culture War in Europe. Does Poland stand a chance? So the idea was to promote a new space which was supposedly more open and not really including any measures to challenge free speech. But unfortunately, I was invited to participate in a panel with a well-known homophobe, Father Oko, who uses hate speech, which for me is a sort of non-platform issue. Then, of course, creating alternative educational institution in Poland. This is, for example, Collegium Intermarium, which is promoted by the slogan "Free University of Central Europe," and I think we all know why is this specific slogan used. For now, they are not very successful, I would say, in attracting students, but I think that that's not necessarily the point of this institution. I think that the issue of circulating and promoting elite change within academia and sort of expert bodies is much more important here. And of course, there is all those different types of online courses, e-learning tools for people who want to invest in their own education, for example, on anti-genderism. So what are the, and these are of course the tactics, so what are the broader strategies behind that? Which goes with the populist politics of knowledge. On the one hand, this is connected to the devaluation of scientific expertise, which of course is done through the politicization of the expertise. So it's not about what type of knowledge you do, but what type of ideological position you take. Then, of course, promotion of the culture of resistance to mainstream science. For example, Professor Martin Hultmann who analyzes climate denialism and obstruction, has shown this wonderful graph. I cannot show it to you, but you can probably find it somewhere, which shows the exponential growth of books which offer sort of climate denialist position. And these are often promoted and produced and sold by, well, the same publishers who would produce, well, knowledge on climate change. Then, of course, and I don't have time to focus on this, but I think that the issue of contamination of language is really key here. And this is actually the phrase which has been used by people from the Agenda Europe network, the Anti-Gender International, and they use this notion contamination of language very consciously. The idea is to actually change the meaning of, for example, the language of human rights, to have the same language, but with very different type of value and norms behind them. And of course, another element of that is the valorization of experiential wisdom and common sense. So the common sense is the order of the day. The Vox Party would be presenting themselves as the party of the extreme common sense. And of course, as with all populist strategies, the question is always, like, who are the common people, and are they actually the ones who have a say in this production of knowledge? So what we are dealing here, and what are the, and this is my last point, are the political consequences of this process, are on the way the acceleration of the process of elite circulation in the sphere of knowledge production, academia, expertise, and so on. And then there is this very interesting connection, mingling of conspiratorial thinking and technocratic populism. Because Orban, for example, when he was legitimizing the fact that they don't want to have gender studies in Hungary, his legitimation was that actually this does not allow to produce employable people. right? So we have to produce employable people. In Sweden, for example, the critique towards gender studies is that we don't produce enough output, those wonderful articles in high-impact international journals. And finally, there is a new book on populism and science, and one of the authors, Eslen Zia, says that this is very much connected with the role of affects, right? And I quote here, "The counter-knowledge linked with emotions, intergroup identities, and notions of belonging replace the scientific truth." And of course, the question is, what is the scientific truth? And we, as in the tradition of critical sociology, we are poised to actually enter into this discussion with the notion that there is no objectivity. But now, this new process, this new era of politicization, and I would say populist intervention in the field of knowledge production really positions us in a very new world, which we have to take under consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm István Kollai from the Corvinus University, and I would speak about another aspect of our POPREBEL project, which was conceptualized under the term of neo-feudalism, which is an economic term in this sense. We used it as a synonym, feudal capitalism. First, I would like to speak a bit about this term, how can we describe. After, I would like to highlight how we try to operationalize it, what kind of methodologies we could use to reveal this pattern of capitalism. And finally, I would like to speak some challenges around the whole research and the conceptualization of this pattern. So, feudal capitalism, or neo-feudalism as an economic pattern can be defined as a pattern of personal dependencies within capitalism or under capitalist mode of production. Originally, capitalism would be or should be a rather impersonal coordination of exchange, coordinated by market and bureaucratic mechanism. But however, we can encounter that some kind of personal dependencies can be detected within capitalist mode of production, capitalist economies. And academic literature was effective enough to describe many such patterns, like crony capitalism, for instance, just to say one. But within these, or among these already described patterns of personal dependencies, we try to define the feudal capitalism or neo-feudalism as a pattern of personal dependencies which is dominated by political forces. So in this personal hierarchy of dependency, the political forces, the politicians are the dominant actors within a high kind of hierarchy, and there is a kind of legitimacy of the system or this pattern in a very broad sense, going back to Max Weber, who speak about legitimacy as a very broad term. As Ivan Cellini put it once, according to this approach, legitimacy is all the behavior from the masses or from the staff of a system where there isn't any kind of uprising or against a regime or a system. So from this point of view, the legitimacy of this pattern can be based or rooted in a kind of anti-market sentiment. And anti-market sentiment doesn't mean an absolutely open fight against, I don't know, other market economies or transnational companies and so on, but kind of discourse and the kind of political content focusing on stability and focusing or visioning a kind of static society and not a dynamic one. And when we speak about legitimacy, it's also recall once again Max Weber, who speak not just about legitimacy on the level of masses, but on the legitimacy on the level of staff. Staff means, in a very broad term, all the people, civil servants, journalists, activists who are devoted to maintain a system or a regime. And what is a kind of interesting attribute within this neo-feudalism, that this kind of legitimacy has a kind of relation with historical consciousness. It was the most difficult and challenging to reveal and to scrutinize. Because, for instance, in Central and Eastern Europe, there are many such sociological, anthropological research findings which try to find a kind of linkage of existing political behavior and then between some kind of historical patterns. But to tell the truth, it's really challenging to find, for instance, on the level of service, the social service or value service, the roots of this neo-feudalism. That's why we try to stress that it's a situational attitude. So there are plural habits within societies, and the same society, like Hungarian one, which was very pro-market after the fall of communism, after decades of half-successful functioning, it got to a kind of transitional fatigue, and during this fatigue, the crisis reaction was already connected with some kind of nostalgia, which is very typical among societies, that the crisis is somehow linked with no sense of nostalgia. But in the case of Central Eastern Europe, it means going back to something pre-modern. Because of the lack of a strong tradition of citizenry, this kind of nostalgic sentiment can mean a kind of resentment or kind of finding patterns among these patron-client relations. So just closing my introduction of my short contribution, it's also interesting how a kind of debate is around the term feudalism. There are many contesting definitions in the academic literature or discourse, but we wanted to define it as a kind of exchange of defense and economic goods between patrons and clients. And as such a definition, it's something which is not a Eurocentric term. It's interesting to highlight that among historians there is a discourse about Aztec or Japanese or Indian feudalism. And from this point of view, we use it, or we think it as a usable, utilizable term to use even in economy.
Thank you for the invitation, and thank you as well for the sneak peek from your great research. And due to running time, I would like to make 3 remarks. First, connected to the title of our panel, the populism in power, or as it was also stated, the right-wing populism in power. This is my first remark. I'm not certain if populism in power is either right-wing or left-wing. In my opinion, populists in power are in the category of easy solutions populism, and we have more and more observation for that thesis. For example, 2 years ago, I took part in the preparation of the first COVID-19 regulations in Poland. That was one time for 2 weeks that the government opened for experts, for the opposition to the common work for the good of society. And within those 2 weeks, I saw that there is any ideological foundation of the system made by this government, by this right-wing peace government. And I remember one scene when the meeting hosted by the then Deputy Prime Minister Jadwiga Emilewicz on 3 bills regarding to COVID-19, health, economic, and the third one about restructuring banks. And one of the experts asked Prime Minister Emilewicz why we are speaking about the regulation about restructuring banks. I think that's not connected with the COVID-19 pandemic. And Prime Minister Emilewicz told, yeah, you're right. So maybe let's throw out this bill. And that's the mode of operation in the government within the greatest challenges. And this is not only Polish case. For example, in Hungary, we all saw that Viktor Orbán made the genial decision to impose the price cap on oil. And after this decision, we had oil shortages in Hungary, and reversing this decision in the total mess. The same thing in Turkey, where Prime Minister Erdogan decided to answer the high inflation with lowering the interest rate. And that's why the official inflation in Turkey is today 80%, unofficial 170%. And we can see that when populists came to power, suddenly there's no any ideological foundations. And what are consequences of that? We can compare what's happening in Europe right now, where we have still strong institutions. And it's not as bad as it could be, as it was in Latin America, when we had three waves of populism, and Argentina is going default every 8 years today. And as Jacek Grzakowski mentioned at the first panel, that populists are very well prepared in terms of marketing, in terms of PR, and in terms of making decisions that people want to have. They are not really well prepared how to govern states after they came into power. And that's why they turn into easy solutions, not to the solutions that are making new systems, like pension system, like education system, etc., etc. And everything is going, we can say, well, when is the time of tranquility. But today, when we have first COVID-19, second high inflation, third the economic consequences of the Russia's aggression on Ukraine, today we are in totally different situation. However, as we can see, there is no lower demand on populism in societies. Contrary, populists are still rising in many countries. And here I would like to make a remark on great briefs made by Isidora Jalic and István Kolai. First, brief and sneak peek about the social media. what's in the discussion in the United States right now, that social network is dead. Why? Because we haven't seen that social network turned into social media. And what's the consequence of that? That's the research made by Odette Stark, for example, or Professor Brzezinski at the Warsaw University, that we would like to compare with each other, compare our material status, compare our failures and our successes. And after 1989 in Central Eastern Europe, suddenly we saw that our material status is different than was in previous years, not only in numbers but also in comparison with with each other. And suddenly we got Facebook, Twitter, and other social network in about 2007-2008, and we could compare with our friends, with our neighbors. But suddenly, as you mentioned about algorithm, if you ask each other, and also we have research on that, on our social network, people who are not in the public life started to post on the social network less and less. So we compare right now not to our neighbor, but to the celebrities, but to the most richest 1% of our society, which are active on social media much more than the rest 99%. And we can see, according to Professor Stark, that if we compared a couple of years ago to our neighbor, our distance to them was not as high as it is to our most famous celebrity, which is suddenly the difference in our material status, not within thousands of euros, but millions of euros. And this comparison matched with the highest uncertainty measured from the beginning of the research in 1980s around the world, in Europe and in Poland as well. It makes populism still in date. And my last remark to neo-feudalism. For me, that's the great the great development in this research. But from my point of view, I would not seek this root of neo-feudalism even in our post-peasantry roots of society, because as wrote, for example, Mark Haddison and also Hungarian Professor János Kornai, roots are in our Soviet-type system of Central Eastern Europe, when agency problems, especially fundamental problem of command, were so strong that after the system collapsed and the new political and economic elites did not offer any new system beside this from the Western Europe, with the first problems of the system, societies turned to those old regulations of principal agent problem, of applicant and disposer problem of János Kornai, where we as agents are going to our principals, to our patrons, wanting to get as much resources as possible. And that's the foundation of 1980s economies in Central Eastern Europe, and that's why it's so vital still in the region. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I was asked by the organizers to change into Polish, also for the sake of translator. So let me present my few remarks in Polish. So that's basically the moment that you, if you don't know this beautiful Slavic language of Polish, to switch into translation and put your headset. Okay.
So hello, Krzysztof Izdebski, Batory Foundation. Thank you so much for those remarks, because they also allowed me to re-evaluate and re-examine my thoughts. The subject is very complex. The elements involved in populism, or in the whole sphere of populism, or the consequences of populism, and by the way, I'm very grateful that we're also talking about consequences. We're not yet expected to provide recommendations as to what to do. That's a much more difficult task. So when I was reflecting on how to approach the subject, I think some 20 drawers popped open in my head, and so I'm very glad that a number of people are here at the table with me. But a general piece of reflection on my part. I'm also a lawyer and a social activist, so I try to function in different spheres and take things from different drawers. So what strikes me about populism is that, like capitalism, it is full of contradictions. One of the contradictions, as noted by the panelists, is that populism looks to short-term solutions, but with long-term consequences. Populism is also characterized by the fact that on the one hand we have, and this is something that I will develop, we have democracy and technology in the context of those social media or the internet more broadly. A contradiction or an inconsistency between polarization and this bubble quality of living in bubbles or echo chambers, the emergence of different separate communities, combined with very far-reaching individualism. In speaking of consequences, we also have a contradiction between consequences and the roots of populism. We have a contradiction between a sort of dominant narrative which goes hand in hand with populism, so creating or reinstating certain proportions or equality. However, populism itself creates even more inequality. And finally, and this is the lawyer hat I'm putting on, there is quite a lot of discrepancy between the fact that we have certain slogans regarding creating better law, whereas in essence we are creating lawlessness. So as a lawyer, how do I view populism and these narratives built around it? And finally, the consequences. Many populisms and populists call for a return to the proper understanding of law, a certain spirit of the law, which is defined quite formally, sort of in reference to legal positivism, clear rules, a certain minimalist approach to law, upholding the call to obey the law, especially at the very beginning of the Law and Justice Party's rule. There were many cases where these stricter frameworks, legal frameworks, were not up to the task, and they spoke on many occasions of the spirit of the laws. Today, as activists, we are trying to question a certain order, including certain legal provisions, and whenever we do so, we are sent back to this very rigid and formalistic interpretation of the law. So one lesson to be drawn, one sad lesson, in fact, is that we see this populism in action where power or force is everything and the law is nothing. So the populists promise a certain order while creating disorder based on force, violence, on inequalities, and the mixing up of certain notions. For instance, promising here in our part of Europe, one of the main narratives is fighting corruption. In the meantime, corruption is actually growing because the contradictions I mentioned at the beginning are a wonderful, fertile ground for corruption to grow. Finally, the promise of agency, populism's promise to restore people's agency. This goes hand in hand with highlighting or emphasizing sovereignty. Sovereignty not just for the populists, but this is a slogan that is oft repeated in many different bodies. For instance, the EU, in the sphere of digital economy, it's not exactly the youth word of the year, but 3 decades for sovereignty. However, the definition of sovereignty is different for the EU, where sovereignty involves cooperation between different countries and groups. The populist understanding, the right-wing understanding of sovereignty involves the notion of agency. So we are the ones who will decide what is best for us without looking at anyone else's needs. So this is actually quite a big break out of something, out of solidarity. It sort of parts ways with solidarity. One more thing to add with regard to social media. There's one more contradiction or discrepancy worth noting. Who is in power? Who decides? Who rules? Who rules over public debate in the social media? Well, for the moment, it seems to be companies, the internet platforms. However, especially in our region or in countries with illiberal democracies or alternative ideas, as it were, do we want power over public debates, over social media, to be wielded by governments, even democratically elected ones? It seems to me that the consequences of populism, first of all, make it difficult. You might think, well, maybe I'm the one who has difficulty, but this seems to be an objective difficulty. They make it difficult for us to describe reality. There's no longer a split between left and right. That was super easy. Everybody can identify with either one of those. So the division between left and right no longer holds. It's hard to describe reality. It's hard to describe consequences and recommendations. It's difficult to take action because polarization and individualization lead to a situation in which there are few common spaces in which we can act with the long-term view in mind. And we have examples of how difficult it is to make a coalition against any government, like the Hungarian one, how many problems were involved in that, or the discussions we have in Poland. And thirdly, and most importantly, are we not running away from the roots of populism in this discussion too much? So I'm glad you're working hard to describe, to identify the roots of populism, but in order to understand those roots, those causes, in trying to understand them, we seem to be spinning around in circles. At least that's how I understood what some of you have said. There seems to be an overlap with capitalism or with elitism. So my final word is this: looking at what is happening in Poland, searching for the roots and searching for solutions, we have to go back much further than 2015. We have to go back in time.
Your presentations. Before we move to another part of our session, I just want to very briefly, and I promise I will limit myself, just to somehow comment on what you said, because when I introduced this session, I said that the consequences are far-reaching and they actually involve all the spheres. So it is not just that we can talk about political changes or social changes, but it is about the interrelation of different consequences that touch upon the social, the political, and economic reality. And I propose to look at it through the perspective of the changes in normative systems, so that we are actually finding ourselves in different normative reality with different, so the social rule is diverted. We have different norms, different ways of achieving the values, and the question is, are values the same? So have they changed? So this is yet another question. But what you said is essentially somehow illustration of those widespread changes in Poland, in Hungary, observable in our everyday life. And I just made some notes on while you were presenting. So you all mentioned, you all mentioned the changes in the discourse. You talked about new media, and I fully share your view. And this has actually been already said in the previous session. I think Paweł Wodziński mentioned this already, that this new media and the kind of new technology is the place where this right-wing populism essentially somehow thrives. So you talked about this community bubbles, and also, Isidora, you posed this problem of especially in the brief that you shared with us, with the problem of the normative order, or the need for normative order within the sphere of the new media. So we have this one element. The other one is what Elżbieta Korolczuk mentioned very rightly about this turning tables phenomenon in the discursive studies. So in a way, to hijack the concepts that have totally different meaning and give them, because they are repeated in a particular way, a totally different meaning. So now it just means something else than it used to mean. And it's not just in everyday language that politicians are doing this, but it is also with what Krzysztof Wizawski mentioned at the end about this, making law, that we are essentially the ones who are creating the right order. So this is what democracy is. Not what the others did, but this is what we are doing. So this is the element of the discourse. And it has very practical consequences. Then you also mentioned the science, and I think that this is something that touches us very sort of personally as well, which is how the role of science and expertise has been changed, how politicized it became. So there is the whole question of who is the expert, right? Are we the expert, or perhaps we're not the experts anymore, and how we should find ourselves in this new reality. And then the topic which, well, at least from my research, is the closest to what I've been doing in POPREBEL with the interdependencies that Istvan mentioned. And this is an interesting element because we see this in Poland very, very much, which is this new patterns of legitimization of interdependencies between the economic and the political. So we've been talking about this patronage relations, the relationship between state-owned and state-controlled companies, politics, business, so how it is also somehow wrapped in. And I think that if you listen to how certain patterns of behavior or the ways of hiring personnel in those companies is being legitimized, this is something new. I mean, this is something truly, I mean, the fact that the interdependencies exist is not new, but the way how it is normalized in the language, how it is justified, this is something which I think is quite new and well, actually quite scary in a way. And then last but not least, when Dariusz Sonderski mentioned about the policy making, and you talked about those easy solutions. And while I fully agree with what you said, I would not disregard the fact that populists, if they might not have the expertise in a sense of those economic relations. You talked about the central bank and gave Turkish example, But they did came prepared to power. I mean, they did their lesson in terms of the whole policy packages that were introduced. So I think that this is also something that we should not disregard, while also thinking about, last but not least, and so my last comment, remedies. We are not discussing remedies in this panel, but we do all have those remedies somewhere at the end of our head. We will be talking about it in our next session. So this is just kind of shortly to comment on what you said, and now I would like to give floor to commentators, and then to the general questions. So thank you.
Danuta Przewara, Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights, and as a human rights defender, I would like to comment on what you've been saying during this session and the previous one. This panel is called Consequences, the consequences of populism in power, right-wing or other, consequences which are something we'll have to face once populists give up power, once the present government gives up power, and I'm sure no one can say where we'll be on the day after, when the present government in Poland or Hungary will lose power, and that will determine the consequences that the next government, as well as those who are governed, will have to grapple with. Looking at what's happening from a human rights perspective and from the standpoint of the European system of human rights protection, which is still in force in our countries, I can say we're on a crash course with those currently in power. A state whose sovereignty is limited by human rights, a state whose legal and political system has checks and balances, has safeguards that were designed to protect us against abuse of power by the executive branch, a state that invokes, or a state for whom citizens and civil society are a partner. So this kind of state is the opposite of what authoritarian populists would like. So these are populists who still follow a vulgar definition of democracy, where the majority decides and the minority has nothing to say, and also centralizing the decision-making process. The government, the elected government, knows best what's good for us. And ever since they are elected, so it's what's more important are the effects of short-term actions intended to stay in power. Because whereas in 2015, one could say that 2015 was an attempt, or that the transfer of power was largely way of accommodating those who felt discriminated, who felt excluded, who felt and is the word felt is instrumental, because this sense of injustice, this sense of not benefiting from the fruits of an allegedly successful transformation, so this motivated people to vote for the Law and Justice Party. And I think it's changing now. I agree that what we're looking at now is a cynical but professional populist government, the majority of whose actions is intended to stay in power. Of the arguments being that if we lose power, you will lose everything you've gained, and you have made some modest gains. And I agree with those speakers who spoke about that. So briefly, where can it lead in terms of human rights protection, in terms of respect for fundamental human rights? So this return to a patron-client relationship, or between the government and the residents of the country, the denizens, not citizens, but denizens. So there were all these social programs, the 500, 300 extra pension, the housing schemes, most of which fizzled out, many of which fizzled out, but they so this was a return to the very material manifestations of dignity. So to feel dignity, you have to share in the distribution of profits, of goods. You have to make ends meet and have a roof over your head. And this is something that all governments to come will have to contend with, because this was resentment or a throwback to the previous system, where the social safety net was placed in opposition to freedoms, where you were entitled to a salary and election rigging didn't matter that much, but at least there's no unemployment, so it's a trade-off. And so this does inspire some nostalgia among the older generation especially, and it was also consistent with a system of values. But for the younger generation, it's always better to get something without having additional responsibility than not getting something. So that's fairly straightforward. And this throwback, this return to the hierarchy of rights and freedoms, because the liberal concept of human rights assumes that all rights and freedoms are equal, but previously there was a hierarchy whereby social security was more important than personal freedoms and civic freedoms. And we'll have our work cut out. Regarding what Krzysztof Izdebski said, namely corrupting the law for a human rights defender, a corrupted, a contaminated law deprives us of the most important instrument allowing us to claim rights and freedoms and stand up for rights and freedoms. And now we have the legal system where you have acts of law that are unconstitutional, inconsistent with Poland's international obligations. There's unequal treatment of various groups, of different groups, both in favor. And there is a privileged, all those who are seen as alien for ethnic religions or reasons, for reasons of their ideology and so on, they're treated more strictly, and they're treated worse than those who are loyal supporters who are rewarded for their loyalty, and they are rewarded because in some cases the law does not apply to them, or they don't face the consequences. I like what someone said briefly. The previous civil rights commissioner, Adam Bodnar, everything for our friends and for our opponents, there's the law. And it's true. Law and Justice city councillor caught with 100 grams of marijuana isn't charged. An anti-government rapper with a tenth of that is stands trial. So that's just one example. And so there's a very cynical divide and conquer, or creation of social rifts and divisions, that these divisions, these dividing lines which run along different lines and will be left with these lines, and nobody knows what will happen the day after, when a new government, the social media, the media, and the media have become an effective instrument used by populists. I agree, but what interests me is why we've given up the media, because there was an equal playing field. We had exactly the same chance. Nobody was stopping us from being just as effective in social media. But now it's a question of regaining, of reclaiming social media while remaining faithful to our principles, because I think that one of the reasons that the social media is such an effective instrument of populists is that they have no scruples. They have no problem with violating ethical principles that ought to apply in the media. But I think it's worth fighting for. Knowledge production and distribution of knowledge and expertise, knowledge in rights and as far as rights and freedoms go, we're dealing with a deluge. The human rights narrative, human rights terms are seized, are redefined, are hijacked, and they're distorted, garbled, and warped. I think that, but still, I think that we'll manage not to give the floor to a successive generation of populists. Again, like I said, we have our work cut out. I wanted to say something about the shrinking sphere of civil society as the outcome of populism government, but what happened during COVID and the response to the welcome that refugees from Ukraine were given in this country leads me to be optimistic about this society's ability to self-organize. Yes, human rights people tend to be very talkative, tend to talk a lot. Sorry.
Dzień dobry wam.
Hello, Alex Wojtowicz from Showa and the Anti-Fascist Year Coalition, from the Shum magazine and the Anti-Fascist Year Coalition. Thanks for having me as a commentator, as a listener, and as a participant. I'll look at my notes. I'm more of a journalist, so I'm better at writing than speaking. So this won't be entirely off the top of my head. On what everybody's said so far, and also referring to the briefs that I think all of us have read attentively, there are several things that I feel need to be emphasized, need to be said loud and clear. It says that global populism, that it has vague, indistinct ideological roots. It doesn't entirely arise from right-wing ideology, but it does have a clear origin that's not being discussed in Poland, at least so far, and it's not a post-Soviet situation. Culture wars and the invention of the concept of cultural Marxism, which was coined by conservatists, by cultural conservatists, conservatives who are currently bringing about social change and economic change in this region in Central and Eastern Europe, in Poland, Hungary, and Slovakia, Slovenia, and other countries, Croatia. But to start from the beginning, I think a fundamental deficit, a fundamental error here is ignoring the basis, the foundation, and over-representing the superstructure, to quote Marx, because populism succeeds, or as I prefer to call it, the illiberal turn is a backlash, the backlash of the idea of cultural conservatives to shift people's attention, to move people's attention from economic matters to cultural matters, things that are to a value-oriented, and it's something that's nearly 50 years old, and that first emerged about 50 years ago, and it has had effects in nearly every country that was covered, that was affected by the U.S. cultural hegemony, especially in the post-Soviet bloc, where this implementation of late capitalism happened most rapidly in the global north. So it's no wonder that in the response to this change that came from the West, free market economy and liberal democracy, as well as their consequences, rapid transformation of the social structure and the nature of public discourse. So this was treated as a single change, with no distinction, not differentiated in any way, with not taking note of the variety. And so it's a conflict related to identity, the native and something that's seen as coming from the West, i.e. alien. Some researchers talk about a fundamental debate on the origins of modernization, economic and ideological. So the concept of a backlash, which led to deforming this new democracy, this is something that's visible today and also seen through the prism of the last 30 years and the powerlessness in the face of the burgeoning authoritarianism in Poland. And this isn't random, this isn't an accident, this is a consequence of everything that was going on for the past 30 years. The anti-elitism of populism shows that they have exploited the knowledge that the narrative of a successful transformation, which somebody mentioned already, that the transformation benefited only a handful and was not universally beneficial. The post-peasant ethos and lack of a civic tradition, or the post-Soviet mindset, these are definitely factors that may have contributed to authoritarianism in Poland and Hungary, but they're not the root cause. It has to do with problems with the people instead, and they ignore systemic exclusion as well as failure to recognize demands in the media and in public debate, because these invisible people were excluded by a new social class, the middle class, the metropolitan, or the phantasm of such a class, because at the moment this middle class is not as numerous, is actually not 50% of the population aspires or claims that they're middle class, but their financial standing doesn't warrant that. So the media does shape identity, but the models that we have been given over the last 30 years by the popular media, and in this invention of a new middle class, have led to this vertical solidarity, a way which gets things done, a way of getting things done which is conducive to conformity, and the erosion of the concept of solidarity, also solidarity, the trade union, which has which in the 1980s was very admired, but now it's yellow. It's a trade union that's kind of made up of scabs. It's a government-run trade union, essentially, which is counter to the whole idea of trade unionism and the solidarity as an attitude. This is an empty concept at the moment because it's been it's so associated with what happened to the solidarity movement trade union that it's been stripped of any meaning. And another thing that we have as at the source of why we've swallowed this national Catholic authoritarianism is the concept of nostalgia. But nostalgia, as Svetlana Boym writes, has two facets. There's two types of nostalgia, and this can help us understand how to construct a tradition, and using imaginary traditions or invented constructed traditions to create new identities, the future always being rooted in the past to some degree, and also to look at the past as something we want to differ from, different from, move away from. These two types of, right, to make a long story short, nostalgia is not just a monstrous burden, it's not baggage. Svetlana Boym writes about two types of nostalgia, one of them being restorative or invigorating nostalgia. It's a very conservative way of the good old days, where it's not seen as nostalgia. It doesn't define itself as nostalgia. Instead, it represents itself as the truth. It has empty signifiers, and it creates phantasms of the past that serve to construct a historical policy, a time machine getting us back to times of bygone splendor, the whole "Make America Great Again" idea, which is inspired by the beginning of the Cold War, the baby boom, as well as the 1980s. Cultural conservatives and the Republicans, whereas in Poland, and it's a little funnier. I mean, they're referring to the Poland, the Commonwealth of two nations, the 16th century Poland and the interwar Poland of the 1920s and 30s. These are empty signifiers because actually nobody remembers the interwar Poland anymore. Okay, very few people remember these interwar Poland, while the 16th century Poland was also a long time ago. And another way of constructing this imagined tradition, there's reflexive nostalgia, which looks at micro-history, sees contradictions and shades of gray. It's more vulnerable, and there can't be a reference point but it's full of hope that the past, it doesn't seek to present the past as impeccable, pristine, but as it focuses on those experiences that were effective, those ideas that work, but also in terms of shades of gray. And I think this reflective nostalgia is a way of treating the past not just as a burden, as baggage.
I apologize. As the moderator, I have to keep the time. I see that I'm not doing such a good job. We should end in 2 minutes, so I have a request for the rest of you. We will have to continue discussions over the break. But before we proceed to the break, I'll just ask each of the panelists to respond very briefly. So we can go for another 10 minutes, but I'm afraid that's it. So I haven't prepared a speech. I imagined it differently. Marzena, Center for Climate and Social Transformation, Social Sciences University. Since my focus nowadays is mostly on action, so I look at problems and discussions from a practical perspective and what the consequences are and what we can do. That's also how I approach populism, so I mostly ask myself, we can talk about populism by analyzing it philosophically, theoretically, etc. But what strikes me and the questions I ask myself have to do with the actors on this stage, those who are purposely or intentionally exploiting populism, using it for their purposes. My question is why, for what reasons, and what needs are they trying to fill? So I don't see this as a complicated problem when I look at the people who are currently in power. I think their motives are quite simple. What I see there is a thirst for power, which is quite obvious. The question is, what other individual needs are they trying to realize via their political activity? And when we look at that, it stops surprising us why there's no plan, why there are so many erroneous decisions. So we have these populist realities which attract people with big aspirations and small skills or competencies, and that produces the effect we're witnessing. And another thing, since we're analyzing actors, the actors on the political stage, we also have the recipients or the audience of populism. What benefits do they draw from populism? Well, there they get explanations. They gain an understanding. One of you mentioned social comparisons. We cannot exist without comparing ourselves to others. To something, we compare our statuses, our lives today, our lives tomorrow. Why? Well, to understand. Thanks to social comparisons, I know who I am, but these comparisons also build up my self-esteem. It's like a mirror that we look into. Today we have an open global world, and suddenly we see people that we hadn't thought of before. Things have gotten difficult. I don't know who I am anymore, what my status is, where I place on the social ladder. What the populists do now, they come in and they tell you why you're having difficulties. You are not the cause of your own misfortune. There are various perpetrators who have put you there. Now, as for polarization, why does it happen? Well, there's always somebody we can blame for our situation, for our precarious circumstances, which also saves our self-esteem, because maybe I'm not the loser, maybe I'm not the one who doesn't know how to live my life. It's they who are exploiting me, it's they who have put me in this place. Of course, I could go on at length, but I know we don't have much time. We can go into that later. Other comparisons. There's one more important matter. Have you paid attention to our language in various arguments? Indeed, in the political and social discourse, especially political, this is dominated by force-based arguments, not the force of arguments, but arguments based on force. We keep talking about power, even in the academic context. In academia, we have the powers that be, the university authorities. So we keep referring back to the notions of power. We talk about care and looking after others, but this is just empty talk. We're continually in the schema of power that we seem not to be able to step out of. Thanks. I know I went over time, but that's it. Grzegorz Laszuk, Komuna Warszawa Theatre. Just a few remarks. I'm not a theorist, I'm a practitioner, so I feel somewhat disappointed because this morning I looked at Wilhelm Reich, a mass psychology in the era of fascism. And that gave me an overview, a preview of what I just heard here about populism. So knowledge that came out of practice and has even been written down in books, it's all there. And we're just repeating these things. One of you said that we don't know what to do in order to tackle populism on the practical level. However, my practical thinking is that the only right solution, the only way of overcoming populism is to put anti-populists in power. And I hope that the next session, which is dedicated to solutions, will explore and tell us what practical steps can be taken to seize power back. We need to take power back because when we have power, we can give money to non-populist organizations or organizations that do not make racist calls and so on. I remembered that in 2015, many of my friends and colleagues stated that they would be voting in line with their hearts, and they voted for Razem, which led to our ousting from power. Well, you don't vote with the heart, you vote with the brain, with your mind, you reason. So, to what extent the Hungarian example and the discussions in Poland, which to me are practical discussions about who is going to get into parliament in a year. I'm a member of the Green Party, and for many years I've been voting for that political party. The lack of a practical approach, so not voting for those who have a chance to win, to seize power back. Our politicians who represent us, will they be able to communicate, to come together in order to seize power back? That's the question that we have. Thank you.
To another language so that our translators can also, or actually also for the respect of our guests, Katarzyna Naklimowicz, Collegium Civitas. Thank you so much for the invitation as a guest. But I feel I must stay here like at home because I work here at the university as an academic teacher. But I'm also an activist, political philosopher and an activist researcher. That's why I find this conference very, very interesting. I'm very, very grateful for what has been said and also what has not been said. And great food for thought, so much that this very nice woman, lady here from the organization staff had to give me a notebook. So I know that everyone is hungry and a bit irritated, maybe bored, different kind of things going on in our heads, but I will really ask for the last moments of attention, please. Because I have an impression that from the very beginning of this discussion and why maybe we're going all the time in circles, and I here have to stress my philosophical background. I know that we have very respectful sociologists, political scientists, and other kind of academics. However, as a political philosopher, I would also like to say some things about, like I would say, step first, please, let's define what are we talking about. I will talk like to my students. I'm sorry, it's maybe my fault because I'm using this tone to my students. But if we're not going to define terms which are stated here, both in Polish and in English, what are we talking about? It seems that all of us here, and this is a clear sign of what we are experiencing in not only in our country, Poland, then who are we? Right, another question. So, definitions and questions, okay? This is my standpoint from the very, let's go to the roots, okay? Let's go to the roots of populism, to the origins of democracy. What do these terms mean? What does power mean? We're using these words alternately. All of us, I have an impression, have a different meaning, sense in their minds. I'm very confused. That's why my notes look very, I usually, like I'm very well structured and like put everything in points, but like I just couldn't put it all in. Anyway, I will try. I will do my best to say just the most important things, okay? I know it's very complex. That is why I really ask when we talk, not only to think and ask questions and definitions, but use a very precise language. Because language is crucial. The way we're using concepts. Yeah, words have power, and this is. I'm really sorry that I have to say these basic things that we all probably know, but just as a small reminder. So, just to give an example, when we talk about human rights, okay, human rights, as we say in Polish, and maybe someone can help me, the word in English, niezbywalna. Prawa człowieka są niezbywalne.
Human rights are indefeasible.
Exactly. So from the definition per se, so we cannot, someone said here, że mamy się upominać o nasze prawa człowieka.
So we are demand of human rights.
Human rights are inalienable by definition. Co mamy się upominać? O swoje własne prawa? We have them because we are born as human beings, all of us, as equals. Different but equal, all different, all equal. Some slogans. So let's go to the roots again, right? Then, we talked about, I've heard so many different concepts that were not defined, so it's really difficult to make an order, but I'm still trying. So in order to not to make this going into these vicious circles and misunderstandings, let's think Like, what is democracy for us? What does that mean? What kind of populism are we talking about, right? Each of us has a different concept and meaning in mind. So let's please agree, maybe it will be easier to go with the discussions further. And I really hope that, I'm so glad that we also have another day of that conference, because it seems like, for me, like the step one today. So, to go to the step two, to talk about like what's going to be next, we're not going to talk about things that are going to be next if we won't make an order with the things that should be first. So we talked about contamination of language. Maybe we just need to invent a new language, you know? Maybe we need neologisms. Maybe this could be one of the ideas that I'm just throwing like that spontaneously, not just as food for thought. Who are the governors? Who are talking about władza, ta władza? Kto to jest? Who is that? Who are the governors? In democracy, if we go to the roots, who is władza? Who is the government? The people. Who are the people? Who is responsible for that? We talked about responsibility, right? We have individual and collective responsibility, right? So yeah, so like it's just, I'm finishing, but I have to ask these questions because like otherwise we are not going to go further in these discussions. So responsibility, we're all responsible as individuals and as collectives for the situation, maybe not for the past, because past, as we said, it's gone. Maybe we won't even remember. Although it's very important, I really appreciate your words about the past. But now we are in presence, we're here, and we are responsible also for the future and for the future generations, because that's what we should talk about. What's going to happen next? And no one will give us clear answers. We are the ones. And maybe I could continue and continue, but because of respect for the organizers and people here that were invited, if someone wants to eat lunch together, I'll be very happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Because we are very much out of time, I'm sorry, unfortunately, this is a very, very uncomfortable role that I have to finish this debate such abruptly. I would like just quickly ask you if there is any comment from your side, but please 30 seconds, no more, if possible.
Dobrze, yes. Dobrze, to znowu po polsku. Bardzo...
So yes, just briefly, just to explain. Mr. Żuk is no longer with us. I do not believe that there is populism and anti-populism. I simply think there are different models of populism. So I'm not so optimistic about easy, fast solutions. Historical moment, because it's probably the first time I'm not in agreement with Danuta Przywara. It's nothing fundamental, but with regard to social media, there seems to be this myth that we are losing something with this media. I also used a shortcut when talking about echo chambers. It hasn't come out in the research that this is a problem. On the contrary, we're popping those bubbles or destroying those echo chambers thanks to the internet, unlike how things were before. So we don't have to flagellate ourselves. We haven't lost to the internet. We're probably more sensitive to content that is hurtful to us. However, when you go to conferences of the other populism model, they probably think all of the internet is left-wing and so on. So things are not so bad. So I'd like to share Krzysztof's pessimism when it comes to anti-populists. If we assume that anti-populists gaining power will remove populists from power, let's remember that it's the anti-populists who paved the way for populists to come into government before 2015.
project on civil society elites at the University of Lund, and we are doing this for 6 years. We have been analyzing civil society elites in different contexts, 6 countries. A very long process of methodological debates, as you may imagine. And in Poland, we did the research, and it turns out that if we have specific features of civil society elites, like access to resources, access to public debates, participation in umbrella bodies, participation in social consultations, and so on and so forth. There is around 31 organizations which can be seen as civil society organizations, NGOs, which can be seen as civil society elites. And how many of those have emerged after 2015? What do you think? 1. Actually 1. And it's Ordo Iuris, as you can imagine. So it's not so easy, actually, to create those functioning elites. And when it comes to consequences, it seems that especially the elite organizations which define themselves as liberal or progressive, they have actually, at least some of them, have strengthened their social recognition and influence and connection with the base. So I think we should also think not only in these very negative and pessimistic terms, but also be able to see the positive outcomes of this challenge. Thank you.
I would like to add something. We should be aware that as human beings we are passing through a process of restructuration of our societies, and that process influences us as well. And the paradox is that political institutions are not adjusted to these new circumstances and do not take into account certain changes. So we should think about that. Think about the basic concepts as democracy, because let me allowed to use the language of computer games. We are in the new level of the game. It's a new game, and on this level the populists win. So we have to understand what's happening to adjust the political institutions and to find new ways how to run our societies.
Yes, I just would like to add that I think it's interesting. I can just go back to the Hungarian example, that how, for instance, the local dissident, I don't know, discourse, opposition discourse can bolster, from some point of view, maybe this neo-feudalist or populist position in many cases, unfortunately, because in many cases this vision, which is envisaged in this views and great plans how to transform a society, means or implies a great many tasks or a commitment from the side of the society. So unfortunately, for instance, in Hungary, many people can very vividly describe that the Hungarian situation is now here. We should get here, but there is a kind of valley among these points, and we are living already in a transitional fatigue, and people say, okay, it's the local maximum at the moment. So this kind of discourse can be, in some cases, even bolstering, I think, this populist position to speak about the utopian world.
Okay, thank you. This is absolutely the last intervention in the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's working now? Yeah, it is. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after the break. I know it's a pressure that we finish on time, mainly due to the reception. But I actually, I mean, that's my personal opinion. I think that this is one of the most important parts of today. I'm not underestimating the first two panels, of course, because we need definitions, we need to make a distinction between various phases of populism, we need to know about consequences, but I feel that very important, if not the most important, is to speak about remedies, to speak about what does it mean, how and if we should fight populism, because I also feel that we somehow, you know, all agreed that we should speak about how to counter populism. But I would like a bit maybe provocatively ask whether we should. Yeah, and if so, then how to do that? And I also feel very flattered that I can chair this panel today, mostly because I'm teaching as well. I'm from Jagiellonian University in Kraków, and my students always, during the classes about challenges to liberal democracy, about the classes that we have on rule of law, they ask, okay, this is all very interesting. We know populism is here. We know nationalism is rising. We know there are problems with rule of law in whole region. But what can we do about that? Can we do something as individuals? Is anything being done on the national level, on the European level? And we have heard today already about several European initiatives. But I am very glad and honored that we have here today with us not only the experts, academics, but that we also have practitioners and people who literally sometimes, you know, every day fight radical right-wing populism, nationalism, Euroscepticism, anti-LGBT policies, and so on and so forth. And just to be clear and to wrap up here, we do have a panel of experts representing different professions, different activities, but also different countries around Europe. And this is very valuable because, of course, we are in Warsaw. We are in the most central point of Warsaw, of course, but let's don't forget that the Central and Eastern European populisms, if I may use a plural form, have a lot in common, but they are also very different from each other. Yeah? They are very context dependent. So without further ado, let me welcome first in our program, Professor Haris Dajc from Faculty of Philosophy, University of Belgrade, who will speak about misuse of religion, which we may find very interesting also for the Polish case, but also for the Croatian case, and many others. Then we have Robert Hojda from the Foundation of the Congress of Civic Democratic Movements. Thank you for joining us. We have Dr. Jiří Kocian from Charles University in Prague, who will speak about radicalization, memory politics, Czech case, but in a wider context. And our next panelist is Mirosława Makuchowska from Campaign Against Homophobia. Thank you for joining us today. And Professor Richard Moll from University College London, who will also share his results and ideas when it comes to homophobia as a political strategy used by the populist governments. And last but not least, Professor Joanna Wawrzeczka from Krytyka Polityczna Center in Cieszyn, but also in her other capacity as an academic from Institute of Visual Arts, University of Silesia. And my name is Natasza Styczyńska. I'm assistant professor at the Jagiellonian University in Kraków. I'm engaged in POPREBEL, researching mainly populist Euroscepticism in Poland, but I will at least not for now, be sharing my insights. We also have our commentators from the previous panels, then I hope we can still ask some questions, as well as people who joined us later after the break. So without further ado, Haris, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So it goes automatically? Say something. It works?
I think it's on.
Okay, thank you. Like this? Great. Okay, so Natasha, thank you very much for such a nice introduction. Well, when I first learned that we were going to talk about remedies, I thought it's like rather a problem of alchemia. But then if you think of what we heard so far, by same logic, we can then say that the populism is also magic, how we can follow the rise of it. Nevertheless, we were talking about these different experiences, and these cases of the Western Balkans are very, very valuable for us, because Western Balkans, and especially Serbia, but also these other countries that are, let's say, in Serbian zone of influence, like Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, to some aspect North Macedonia, so what we call now Western Balkans without Albania and Kosovo, and Kosovo as well. They are, in a way, avant-garde of populism. So if you just follow these historical patterns, nationalism, egalitarianism were one of the most dominant features of Serbian political narrative ever since late 19th century. So even when Trotsky was in Belgrade, he despised the Serbian socialists because of their nationalism during the Balkan Wars when he was a journalist. But the thing is that what we're facing against is rather obvious, but it lacks just nothing else but just being courageous enough to address the things as they are. So when we started this project, one of the most obvious things was quite malicious, both hidden and overt Russian influence in the region. So we focused on that as one of the prime research within, let's call it, our Belgrade team, Faculty of Philosophy, University of Belgrade. And we were quite happy for what we discovered, although we knew what we were aiming for. Unfortunately, what we're not happy is what happened since February and the aggression on Ukraine. But nevertheless, what I would like to focus here rather shortly is this not only misuse of religion, as you could hear, but also this fake friendship myth of Serbia and Russia that doesn't exist. So, as you could hear before about influence of Catholic Church in Croatia, you can share your own experiences regarding Catholic Church in Poland. On the other hand, you have this bizarre situation in Serbia that since late 80s, you can follow this kind of neo-Byzantine diarchy of special relations between the church and the political elite. In our case, it's not only political elite, it's also intellectual elite. And then what it led to. So nowadays, as a result of this constant alliance between the church and the state, but also academia, also intellectuals, that are most of them are or pro-church, like pro-Orthodox, whatever that would mean, or they're neutral. That's maybe even worse. So the reality of that is that we managed to build up these completely fake narratives of friendship that in reality never existed. To the quite contrary, we have much less friendship relations than, for instance, our fellow neighbors in Bulgaria. But let's go now to remedies. So regarding the remedies, for instance, what was the most problematic is revisionism and rehabilitation, especially the characters from World War II. Once we enter that uncharted sea, we could see what were the results. So what you have in the more developed societies and in states, you have criminalization of anti-Semitism. So for instance, in the case of Poland, this is always the topic. You always must face your recent history regarding that. When in case of Serbia, it's even more traumatic because we have to face our most recent history regarding the wars in Yugoslavia. And there is completely lack of this self-reflection when it comes to that. So we have to constantly bother our colleagues that this is needed. This is one of the most important things. We also have to think about criminalizing any kind of revisionism and rehabilitation, because apparently in a post-communist society this is also a big thing, because you want to play with that because of your most recent communist past. The same applies to Serbia, Croatia, other countries, former Yugoslavia, unfortunately with cursed soldiers in Poland, also to Poland as well. What is one of the most effective remedies is just sanctions. So that's what Americans did when it comes to certain individuals and groups in Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina. And since then, these nationalist politicians and individuals, they're still going on, but they're slightly more scared. You don't like to be on American sanction list. So this is one of the things that we have to do. We have to flag them, and then we also have to think how to fight against them. One of the most strongest and the biggest institution in the Western Balkans that also helped very much in the change of government in Montenegro is Serbian Orthodox Church, that is ally of, in this case, of Russia, unfortunately. So how you deal with Orthodox churches in our context, or maybe in your context with Catholic churches? Well, you make holy alliance with them. What I mean by that, you just like either go for full taxation of the church, or you just make sure that your country, your society is secular. And that's questionable if it is, if the church has a special position within the society. So this is one of the things that I would like to point out and as the most important one. Also, what is very important mechanism is anti-corruption mechanism, because most of individuals that are engaged in this kind of politics, they have, some of them are truly believing that, but most of them are just pragmatic and they don't care. They don't have any ideology. So there is lack of ideology. I mean, maybe it's not in the case of some of the most influential politicians, if you think about the case of Poland and the man who likes cat. But the thing is that if you really pursue with that, you're going to get results. And this is why sanctions are important. So we have to flag them, we have to sanction them. When it comes to churches institution, they're also business oriented. If they know they're going to lose a business, they're going to lose the money, as a result of taxation, they'll be put in place. So this is rather optimistic. The last but not the least is humor. We must make mockery of them all the time, because humor always helps, because it's such an obvious way how to simplify to majority of the people what's happening, what's going on. So these are some of my main points. I wouldn't go more into details about specific case of Serbian Orthodox Church in the region and or this narrative of fake friendship, but how this narrative is important. You can see how this became reality. Even if you read Guardian, they're saying, but according to the old friendship between Serbia and Russia. So what these guys did, they made completely narrative that never existed before in this specific case. So these are the conclusions about remedies, about different alchemia that we can use to fight our dear friends. Thank you.
That was very brief, Haris, thank you. And I hope we'll still have some time to ask more precise questions to these 3 remedies you mentioned. But now over to Robert.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What do I say as a practitioner, as someone who's active in the field? I'm not often invited to attend meetings like this one, and much as I value and respect the organizers, and I'm glad that we can talk about populism, which is an important subject at meetings on the Tour de Constitution, which is a project that's being carried out by my organization. So it was the Congress of Civic Democratic Movements. So when we meet the people, this we do without a table. We wouldn't have a table normally, because we don't want any barriers. We don't want anything dividing us, even physically, even pieces of furniture that don't seem relevant. As organizers of events, we try and do without them. I was listening in to the previous panels and the conversations, the very important conversations, but at times like these, I'm always looking for an answer. Tell us, what do we do? The situation is such and this, and I say this with all due respect. But as practitioners, we're always looking for answers, but rest assured, we'll manage, we'll find a way. I was sitting up there in the back, and again, speaking of eye contact, physical contact, so I saw the panelists sitting down here. They would rarely look up because craning their necks was painful, and usually it's a question of comfort. And the reason I'm saying this is because I think it's about people who have knowledge, who have expertise, who even use populism to attract, to bring in to get as many people on their side, nefarious though their objectives and means might be. Now, these people know the techniques, they know how to achieve their ends. If they don't, they have spin doctors, they have specialists, they have people to train them, and they're fast learners. They know how to use these instruments. Populism, as we've been hearing, is a disease. It's a kind of COVID. It's the COVID of our age. It's around the world. Is there a vaccine? I believe there is, but we don't really, we can't really use it. This vaccine is civil awareness. It's informed people, citizens who are prepared to handle any difficult situations that might arise in their society. People who believe that what they say matter, that they have a say, that they can change their environment, not right here at a regional level. And I wanted to comment on what Katarzyna Sztop-Rutkowska said. She said that the greatest failure we've suffered is our failure to build a democratic community. And thank you for saying that, because it's true. There's also education which matters a great deal. This wave of populism that's spreading, as you all know, I mean, it's everywhere. It's in the church, in politics, in everyday life. It's evident, and people have sensed the power that using the instruments of populism can give. And they're not always professionals, but they have an intuitive sense. It's enough to take a look at the media. You don't have to graduate from a university to see or to be able to use the instruments of populism in your backyard and in your environment. And I agree with what Dr. Katarzyna Sztop-Rutkowska said, that we should begin this education by emphasizing how much citizens and individuals matter in small towns, in local communities. You said you weren't from Warsaw, but you said you liked it here. Thank you very much. I'm a native Varsovian. I was born... Okay, your mother's from Warsaw. Regards. And respect, I'm born in Warsaw, born and bred. And I followed all the protests in Poland. The Tour de Constitution is a project that's been running for 2 years now. Vera Jourova came to Gdansk, and what she said was, a project like this ought to be present in every democracy of the European Union, because democracy hasn't been given, shouldn't be taken for granted. And if we don't create an aware civil society, democracy will always be threatened. And in Poland, in Hungary, we have examples of what that can lead to. Give me a kick if you want me to finish. And how can we oppose? How can we stand up to populism? I have an answer, but I need hands. I need people to get to work. People at every level, every tier, from academia down to the shop floor in factories, and everyone in between. What we need to do, last night I was talking to Professor Matczak. Our foundation has online meetings informing about the upcoming elections and what people can do to be conscious voters and active participants, active actors, do something more than cast a ballot, but sit on a board or be election monitors. And so knowing that this panel was coming up, I asked Professor Marcin Matczak, what he thought about populism, what he felt we should do, and what he said something I agree with. He said we should join forces, people who have knowledge, who have academic expertise and experience, who know the root cause, who know what could be done, and these people could help us practitioners put it into practice. We should be talking more at various levels, because what you're saying will, for many people, be, with all due respect, I mean, people whose this might be difficult for people with a different set of experiences to understand. It's our job to make the language simple, to use examples people can understand, to be involved in all forms of civic initiatives, to respect and appreciate that, listen to the people, and when citizens at the grassroots level, when people feel that they can't make a difference, they don't feel empowered, but if they do, if they feel that they matter, only then will we have a true civil society that will want to keep learning, because it'll see the advantages, it'll see that learning and knowledge can help them achieve something. And I think that's what matters now, joining forces, but we also need to work out a way of doing that so as not to be stuck, so as not to be bogged down in the usual places where we conclude that the situation is bad, it can get worse, we could make it better, and then then there's nothing to show for it at the end of the day. So who should do it? Who should get it done? What instruments do we have? How can we use these instruments? And in closing, I think you're all aware and you'll all agree with me that ignorance combined with fear, or fear combined with ignorance, is the best fodder for populism, because populism know exactly how to exploit these two feelings, these two traits and to take charge of people's minds, and generally to pull the wool over their eyes, and so people forget and don't know what they can actually accomplish.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Jiří, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me just take this out. So thank you for the word. And what I'm going to be specifically presenting here, I think are first of all some lessons learned and observation from a specific part of the POPREBEL project that aimed at collecting ethnographic data, in-depth interviews of potential populist voters, people who are feeling sort of in sympathy with the populist representatives' ideas, agenda, as well as those who might stand against that. So what I'm going to be commenting on is the result of the hard work of more colleagues of mine, not just me, just to make that clear, among them Jitka Králova, who has been collecting interviews for the last 2 years. And I think that the main 5 points that I prepared are, so to say, in my opinion, symptoms of issues that to a certain extent exist beyond the framework of talking about populism and the issues related to populism. They might predate them. They might came into the focus during the time that we observed the search of populist support, or mostly probably, and this is one of my big issues with bringing up remedies on populism, those issues will probably exist here, even if we manage to somehow beat and marginalize populist politics and populist thinking. And therefore, I am trying to reflect on what I think, for the words of our informants, are the key topics that are relevant for the discussion within the Czech society that we could have observed throughout the last 3 years. And I will try to contextualize them somehow to a broader context. So What I think became sort of apparent to us throughout the analysis that there is a certain crisis of identity being performed out in the Czech public discourse, in the Czech political discourse. And this crisis of identity is not unique to the Czech environment. It relates a lot to many of the issues and topics we have heard about today. They are on regional, national, and transnational level, but specifically on the transnational level, it is the issue, how I call it, how to place Czechia or Czech Republic on the map. It was, so to say, I think a good term to describe this is what Sorin Mitu conceptualized as a civilizational tropism. And in simple words, are we the East or are we the West? Are we an idiosyncrasy in between? And how do we relate to both of the sides? And part of this discourse that was, let's say, relativizing the belonging of the Czech Republic was captured by the populist actors. So what we heard about the potential remedy in one of the discussions before to counter certain populist narratives, or even populism in general, was to empower the anti-populist actors. But when we observe what happened during the last year and a half in the Czech Republic, the anti-populist actors actually coming into power and being given the chance to shift the discussion away to counter this negative norm shift, I don't see that happening. I don't think that even the pro-Western discourse that they're bringing in would be necessarily more benign compared to the pro-Russian one, if we would like to coin it like that, of the populist elites that were in power until then. So then obviously, the question is who should really have the agency to shift discussion to some more critical thinking about the national identity, deconstructing it, and maybe moving it on in the common practice of generating a public discourse or political discourse. Closely relating to that is the second issue that kept coming back, I must say, in both Czech, German, and Polish data sets that we analyzed and compared. And in the Czech case, it was quite striking that when talking about collective memory, reflection on the historical events, historical narratives that actually, to a certain degree, constitute the arguments for this civilizational discussion that were really related predominantly to communism, which might not be such a big surprise. The surprise is that they were related only to communism. The trauma of those who lost during the transition, the trauma of those who were the losers before, is apparently a universal reference, and it might be perceived even during one interview, one narrative, that the positions towards this historical experience are shifting. And again, the political elite discourse on communism, the populist discourse on communism, are very much non-critical. They might be revisionist on one side, there might be very traditional, conservative on the other side, but we don't really hear them expanding the discussion beyond what was already heard 30 years ago when we experienced the transition. And even 30 years ago, I would argue that the discussion was actually more critical, more self-conscious through the voices of the elites, those that were the democratizing forces back then. So then comes the second question. Who might contribute to this? Obviously, we heard about raising somehow the engagement, quality might be of the education of our societies to bring up actually a tendency, some sort of agency. And then the educators should be those that should grab onto the chance. And here, self-critically speaking, I myself, as part of the job at the Charles University, I'm trying to, I'm doing courses for high school university students, high school teachers, university teachers on using the Holocaust, the experience of Holocaust, the topic, as a device for, let's say, reaching those goals or creating a more aware society, critical society, society that's able to evaluate from numerous standpoints. And yeah, I know that even beyond me, there are colleagues who elaborated really amazing, and they're applying them now, methods, didactic pedagogical methods of building this sort of a critical historical teaching in schools. And the question is, this is all happening on a micro level. I myself, I calculated, and during the last year in the post-COVID era, I had a chance to talk directly to 120 students and like 30 history teachers. That's so little. So the question is how to take this experience and transfer it onto a bigger level and maybe turn it into, again, a public discourse that can compete with those very stereotypical, very unilateral views on history that, in the end, don't really produce the shift towards open-minded and critical society that we might want to see, that should be able to overcome the populism itself. And as I already suggested, these two elements are pretty much very relevant to the political life in the country for the last 3-4 years itself. The other issue that I would like to point out was the problem of the elite estrangement, the legitimization of political actors, and that especially during the COVID era and post-COVID era touched upon the main populist political actors as well. Those experienced a dramatic decrease in the level of trust. And we heard the keyword of trust numerous times, and I think it is really important to note that there is this shift to, let's say, vote purely, and we could observe it in last elections on a negative principle. Anti-candidate voting and negative campaign was the key moving element of the whole pre-electoral campaigns and the final results. Interestingly enough, compared to what we might expect, it, in the end of the day, doesn't really reduce the voter support for the main populist actors. If we take a look at the results of the last 10 years, even though being delegitimized, being to a certain degree marginalized in terms of being perceived as agenda setters in this more, let's say, ideological way. Both Babiš and, for instance, Tomio Okamura, the president of the far-right radical populist party, not only maintain their support, they're still gaining in numbers as singular party leaders, as singular parties that they represent. So this apparently doesn't help us move away from, you know, having the populists setting the political issue of the day and proposing the solutions to it. That again relates over to my next point, which is the radicalization that you mentioned, which is a big topic that we talked through about the project. And what we could see throughout the last 2 years was this sort of a spirally centrifugal, exocentric movement of those who used to support those two main populist actors I mentioned towards more fringe, previously unknown populist community leaders, and with them bringing forth more radical, more extreme, more right-wing, if you would like to put it in this way, ideas to the public discourse. Again, the fact that this is caused by the representation gap that somehow could be observed in the previous point is like there are researches, both quantitative, qualitative, that prove that the representation gap and its persistency raises fragmentization of political systems and the polarization, and here we are. We're moving away from any sort of positive observations in that sense. So at least on the positive side, those fringe radical populist actors, the new ones, they didn't manage to yet create a platform to unite and generate some sort of actual political result that would be relevant and make them relevant actors within the system. So the question is how to keep it at that. And the second question is connected to it, how to raise trust, and again, we heard about it already, into the public institutions and institutionalized information producers, because what those fringe, radical, populist, new actors thrive on is disinformation. And this is how they managed to survive from the COVID period throughout the the invasion of Russia to Ukraine. They managed to capture the pro-Russian narratives, and here I'm coming close back to my first point, and regenerate the problem, the polarization that we had before on the COVID matter, completely in the same setting of actors on an absolutely new topic, within a completely different framework. So besides all this, there is quite an interesting thing that I think was pretty well described in, if I'm not mistaken, Istvan Kolay's presentation, or Istvan Bence's, that there are actually the issues of socio-economic nature that might seem to miss from this picture of what the people informed us about. It is true that the whole discourse that we could observe from the informants was an amalgamation of those affective and cognitive elements, that they're aware of the fact that there are some actual physical consequences of the development that they suffer from. But it seems like everybody, both the voters of the populist anti-populist, both the representatives of the populist and anti-populist fractions within the society are living in the denial of precisely the issues of restructuring Czech economy. Moving on to something that would be compatible with the globalized economy of the 21st century, complete denial of the environmental problems. I'm not even talking about gender issues that Richard will be maybe mentioning in his presentation. And with this, I would maybe conclude that that's connected again to the question, who should actually be the agent of the change, and have the chance to maybe shift, moderate the public discussion, and bring in new ideas that could compete with those not really effective counter-populist strategies that we see from the supposed anti-populist political actors. Thank you for that.
Thank you. It's, I think, a starting point for our discussion afterwards about the remedies. And now I would give a floor to Mirosława, if I may, and Richard right after.
Good afternoon. My name is Mirka Makochowska. I'm from an NGO, the Anti-Homophobia Campaign, the campaign against homophobia. We work for the LGBT community, lesbians, gay, bisexuals, transsexuals, asexuals, as well as all those who do not fit into norms or standards of sexuality. Thank you very much for the invitation. I was wondering how to approach the topic of populism and LGBT issues. It felt obvious that I would talk about what happened in Poland over the last few years and how our community was instrumentally used for a populist end to mobilize and rally more conservative voters. But it's a story that I think many of us, many of you know. It's not something that's specific to Poland. It's all European. In fact, it's a global anti-gender movement, whose agenda also targets LGBT rights, reproductive rights, women's rights, and is consistent in pursuing this agenda in various countries. And those centers of power who can subscribe to this agenda or find a common cause use part of this agenda to rally their voters. But how can this be counteracted? That's a question that I think seems crucial. We all want to figure out what should be done. You were asking for answers. Now let me tell you how my organization sees populism, sees what populism feeds on. It feeds on unfulfilled desires, unfulfilled social needs that can then be coupled with various anxieties and turned into a monster, or in order to produce a monster that will unite people using fear, using lack of education, and also it helps very much if one personally knows a member of the LGBT plus community, because that's a good way of diluting, of dealing with this fear or these prejudices. Now, as for remedies, in our campaign, we see populism as well as discrimination of minorities as an issue, as a problem, and I don't really know. It's a wicked, an unbearable, a problem that has no beginning. It has no end. The causes and the effects are confused. It's a tangled problem, one that's persistent, one that will stay with us, and one that eludes any attempts at definition because of being so tangled, of mixing cause and effect, it's a vicious circle. So it's very difficult to put your finger on. It's very difficult to remedy. In practice, what we're trying to do as activists, we're trying to change the mindset. We're moving away from this is something that needs to be resolved. We're trying to address it. So we won't stamp it out, but what we will do, we can alleviate it a little bit, we can mitigate it, or we can affect how susceptible people are to these things. So for my community, the LGBT plus community, what works is visibility, because because fear feeds on ignorance. I mean, and it's difficult to be afraid of someone when you know them. When we see that our neighbor, somebody's child, a student, a teacher, if they're in the LGBT community, then this reduces the social distance. Although I'm not saying that this is cure-all, because I myself have an experience that causes a lot of dissonance. I have a private experience with some of my family members who know me, who invite me over for Christmas, who came to my wedding, who love my partner, my wife. But I know they also think, I mean, they believe that there's something called an LGBT ideology. So it would be funny if it weren't so sad. But again, we always try to see the person and not a rhetorical construct, and that works. That makes it a lot easier. And on populism, and there's another important thing, so it's these information bubbles, right, that we're all in. And how do we burst this bubble? How do we get out of these bubbles? Because in our organizations, we often say, okay, we want more people to support equal rights in marriage or same-sex marriage. Why, and also why gender reassignment is such an important process for transgender individuals, why it should be safe and non-intrusive. But it's difficult because of the bubbles we're all stuck in, and I think that one instrument or a possible remedy, something that might help with the effects, is pop culture, because pop culture can burst a bubble. A good movie with LGBT characters, for instance. They don't have to be, they can be supporting characters or secondary characters, but if it's a way of reaching out to moviegoers or people who follow pop culture, something that's new and that's very favorable for our movement is a greater visibility of LGBT people in TV shows, in films, especially those on streaming platforms, which aren't afraid of experimenting, which aren't afraid of taking risks. And I think this immures young people to the bullshit they hear coming from the mainstream media, which they see as cringy now and ridiculous. So that's one way around it. And in closing, maybe, as an organization, as a hands-on person who's looking for answers, for solutions, I think attitudes. I think the way we approach an issue is important because burnout is easy. It's easy to get caught in the trap. It didn't work. It's on the rise. Things are getting worse. So you need to move over to a try it. Keep trying. Tour de Constitucja is a wonderful project. It goes how. Teaching the Constitution in small towns and villages, who would have thought about that 7 years ago? Who would have considered that possible? Yeah, okay, we can talk about it over coffee later on, but you see what I mean? It's everything that goes outside the box, that's great. So do things, try it out, and repeat. And it's also, we need to have a multi-layered approach. You need to engage very many people, academics, practitioners, and civil servants. I know that's difficult at the moment, but you can try. You can try and find someone who still has their job, someone who cares, and it would be really good if we met at a round table, because I think the experience, every one of us, each and every one of us has something to bring to that table, and it can't be done from a single position.
Dziękuję pięknie. Będziemy
Okay, thank you very much. We will be asking you for details about this cooperation. Maybe that'll be one of the few advantages of this meeting, but maybe there will be many more advantages. Now it's over to Richard.
Cool. Is this still on? Yep, cool. So thank you. So first of all, I just wanted to express how happy I am. This is the first time I think I've spoken about my research on homophobia sitting between two activists. Whenever I'm sort of sharing my research, it's usually just to sort of other academics. And while sort of being on a remedies panel sort of had me slightly worried, I sort of feel much calmer knowing that this is a dialogue. This idea that I'm the researcher, so I have the answers, here you go. This is much more, I'll be able to sort of discuss, what the research shows and whether or not you think this would work actually in practice, because nobody is better able to sort of bring this about than activists, not academics on their own, certainly. So the research I did as part of the POPREBEL project looked at the relationship between nationalism, populism and homophobia in Poland, the Czech Republic and Germany. And it built on previous research I did specifically on Poland with my colleague Agnieszka Golec-Zawala. As Mirka has pointed out, homophobia as a political strategy is sort of widespread among populist parties in Central and Eastern Europe. It's a very useful way to define the political community that populists seek to target. This idea that the pure people are a pre-existing community and that the populists simply came along and sort of decided to represent their interests is false. Populists create the pure community and they do this by sort of othering sort of communities that they don't think belong to that category. So you see it as sort of atheists, Muslims, sort of ethnic minorities, and certainly sort of sexual minorities. As is sort of regularly discussed in the literature, right-wing populism in Central and Eastern Europe is thickened with nationalism. So populism is sort of infused very much with a nativist understanding of nationalism. And so we argue that sort of homophobic rhetoric and behavior is legitimized by political elites who seek to construct homosexuality as a threat to the nation and to national values. Mr. Kaczynski has repeatedly said that sort of LGBT rights are a foreign import that are a threat to the Polish nation. And so it's this idea that sort of homosexuality, or at least support for homosexuality, is something that is sort of Western and is being imposed on Poland by the European Union and other sort of Western organizations. So there are various sort of arguments that nationalists would put forward to suggest that homosexuality is a threat. It can be a threat to the biological reproduction, this idea that gays and lesbians don't have children, a threat to cultural reproduction, a threat to national gender norms, so the ideal sort of way that men and women should look and behave, and then also to sort of broader sets of national values, particularly those defined in terms of religion. Now, not all of these arguments are sort of used in every case. Sort of nationalists will use the ones that are most appropriate. So this relationship between sort of nationalism and homophobia is sort of pretty well established in the academic literature and has been for sort of a good 10, 15 years. But we wish to sort of add to it and critique aspects of it in a number of ways. First of all, we argue that the concept of nationalism is too broad to explain why attitudes towards gays and lesbians should be related to people's beliefs about the nation. Not all positive beliefs about the nation relate to homophobia. And this sort of also sort of feeds into the sort of distinction, the way that sort of academics use terms like nationalism and the way that sort of people outside of academia, that everyday people would sort of think of it. In academia, nationalism sort of usually has a very sort of negative sort of association, whereas a lot of people would maybe sort of consider themselves to be nationalists because they sort of take pride in their nation, they take pride in their sort of national culture, language, traditions, and therefore our sort of general argument is that to dismiss sort of nationalism, to sort of argue against nationalism, is potentially counterproductive. But to make that argument, we make a distinction between two different types of nationalism. And for this, we drew on the literature from social psychology. So one type of nationalism we refer to as national in-group satisfaction. And this is the idea that sort of people sort of take pride in their sort of national traditions, and that it's a source of pride that your sort of nation has a particular culture, sort of literature, food. And so it gives you a sense of satisfaction that you sort of engage with your sort of nation's history. And we compare that with a different form, which we call national collective narcissism. And this is the belief that your own group is exceptional, it's better than other nations, but it's not being given the due respect. And so this type of nationalism is the type that we associate with populism. This is the sort of nationalism that populists will sort of present. So I spent the summer going through back issues of Gazeta Polska and reading their articles about sort of LGBT issues, this is not an activity I would recommend to anybody with high blood pressure. And very much they sort of presented sort of the threat to the nation, certainly very much in this way. Now, whereas previous research on the relationship between nationalism and homophobia looked at the sort of the level of the elites, so how sort of elites justify their sort of homophobic positions, we wanted to sort of look at the level of the individual. So we sort of developed scales to test whether people scored more highly on the national in-group satisfaction or on national collective narcissism. Because our argument was that it will be those who are on the national collective narcissism side of the scale who are much more likely to be homophobic. And this is what we found with regard to Poland and with regard to Eastern Germany. Interestingly, we found the opposite with regard to the Czech Republic. Those who had this sort of more populist understanding of nationalism were more likely to be supportive of LGBT rights. Now, this is sort of much closer to sort of Western populist parties, like in the Netherlands, where they sort of use sort of homo-nationalist discourse. So this idea that we're supporting LGBT rights because, so you need to vote for us because we're the party that will keep the Muslims out of the country. So they use sort of support for LGBT rights as a way to sort of denigrate other populations. And while we'll need to do more research about the data on the Czech Republic, we thought that this sort of might also explain that relationship in the Czech Republic, because numerous surveys have shown that sort of Islamophobia in the Czech Republic is very high. It's sort of one of the highest rates in the European Union. So, as I sort of mentioned, there are sort of a number of different strategies that nationalists can use to explain why homosexuality is a threat. And sort of we also use this research to identify which ones would work most in different countries. So in Latvia, for example, the idea that homosexuality is a threat to the biological reproduction of the nation was very high. Because when Latvia emerged from the Soviet Union, ethnic Latvians were only 52% of the population. 48% were Russians and Russian speakers. So there was this threat that the Latvian nation would sort of disappear. And so homosexuals were blamed for not sort of contributing to the biological reproduction of the nation. Given that Poland is so sort of homogenous, the threat that the Polish nation would disappear wasn't an argument that sort of worked well. But nevertheless, the argument that homosexuals were a threat to gender norms, the way that sort of men and women should behave, this scored very highly among people who were, we sort of classified as sort of collective narcissists. Given that this seemed to be the threat that collective narcissists related to sort of homophobia, and again, this is something that, again, Kaczynski has said. He argues that sort of LGBT ideology, to use his words, is sort of stopping boys and girls from sort of learning the roles that they need to perform in future as men and women, as husbands and wives, as mothers and fathers. So the threats seem to be very much towards sort of gender roles rather than sort of other forms of sort of national values. And so as a remedy, sort of identifying that that is sort of one of the key aspects could be used to sort of present sort of, I mean, as sort of Mirka said, sort of visibility, representation is very important, and demonstrating that sort of gay men and women have the same sort of desire to be parents, to be sort of husbands and wives, to play roles sort of contributing to the nation. This could be a way to sort of take the legs out of underneath from sort of some of these homophobic statements. Another thing we found was that the impact of national collective narcissism on homophobia was significantly weakened if individuals thought that homosexuality was something that you were born with, that sort of homosexuality was innate, and it wasn't something that you chose, it wasn't something that was sort of forced upon you. So again, sort of promoting the scientific study of sexuality could be a sort of a remedy to sort of increase belief in the way that sort of sexuality is sort of diverse across the community. So in general, sort of some of the remedies that we would suggest sort of emerging from this data is to sort of focus on presenting national identity in this sort of first form as sort of in-group satisfaction, because these people we found were sort of much more likely to be allies. So sort of don't sort of be sort of anti-nationalist, as sort of some activists in the UK sort of have been, but to sort of recognize that just because you're sort of proud of your nation, that sort of individuals may define themselves as nationalist doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to sort of be homophobic. They can actually be very good allies. Again, sort of emphasizing that you can be a good member of the nation and LGBT would be a way to sort of break down this sort of perceived incompatibility between homosexuality and nationality. Now this won't be news to sort of Polish activists. I've seen sort of a lot of images from sort of pride parades in Poland where sort of Polish symbols are sort of merged with sort of LGBT symbols. So actually, I think it was on Bart Staszewski's Facebook page. There's pictures of him with the Polish eagle, I think against the rainbow background, or a sort of a version of the Polish flag with the rainbow background. And so I sort of had this sort of conversation with activists in Germany, and they said, oh no, we can't do that. Because of Germany's history, we don't wave our flag. This isn't something that we would feel comfortable doing. But there must be other ways, I think, for sort of Germans to sort of demonstrate the sort of the compatibility between nationality and homosexuality, even if it's not sort of overt flag waving. But again, this is sort of why academics need to be sort of talking to activists. Because to me, it made sort of perfect sense that the German queer activists should be sort of waving the flag as much as everybody else. But the activists themselves tell me that that just doesn't work in their particular context. So thank you. They were my sort of few points.
Thank you, Richard, and not least from the long table, Joanna, and then over to our commentators.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Okay, thank you very much. I admit I'm a little nervous as the last speaker, and I also represent the smallest town, but it's a very diverse group. I'm 50, and I'm no longer. Yeah, that was a joke, but okay, just a joke to introduce my topic. How to counter populism and not lose your mind in the process. That's the subtitle I'd give it, because once you're involved in this part of social reality, once you're involved, then regardless of what you focus on, whether you're focusing on a single issue, because that issue affects you, but then you realize that it can't be brought down to a single issue because the violations are so universal. I'm from Cieszyn, a city that with a population of 34,000. Actually, we have 30,000. It's a town that's being depopulated, 25% over 65, with all the problems that sociologists and it's also a border town. There's a river running through our town, and there's a Czech part and a Polish part, so you can imagine what goes on. So now attention, Krytyka Polityczna in Cieszyn has a human face. It's very participatory, it's very involved, it's not just about publishing books. Krytyka Polityczna in Cieszyn tries to apply these books in practice, so I really can't say what I'm not involved in. And for the first time ever, I'm in a very difficult capacity. I mean, being an academic is also difficult because of what Elżbieta Korolczuk said, of the point system. But now I'm a city councillor, and I'm dealing with populism in every possible way, left, right, and center. And I'm also practicing patience, and that's where I wanted to begin, because we've spoken about a lot of perspectives. Many of these stories are compatible, and it seems that we don't really know how to act, but we continue acting nonetheless. So if you don't want to go insane, you need to work out, you need to train your body and your mind. It's an interesting experience, and it's not actually an experience. And I would like to propose this as a thesis, as a claim, because it's not counteraction, because counteraction is reactive, but it's more about action that's preemptive in a way. So how to, for instance, smell, eat and digest reality, how to viscerally become part of reality, to preempt, to anticipate the threats of populism. And another thing, in Cieszyn, where it's more civil platform, and it's a Protestant town, which accounts for the different tradition we have. I can't see the difference between a right-wing and liberal populism. It's hard because I feel that they're merging, they're becoming one in terms of I mean, if we were to talk about it all night with all the mayors, deputy mayors, and city councillors, activists, and local politicians, we'd probably be able to find out, like, I hate these guys, I like these guys, but in every day, They're really very difficult to tell apart, and it's a difficult experience for me. Sometimes I have a few minutes to identify what I'm dealing with, and I don't really know who's on the other side, who I'm talking to. As I see it, the only way we can win with populism is when we don't put people on the other side, when we don't assume that someone is an enemy. And if we use the word counter, this establishes enemies, opponents, people who are on the other side. And let's stay sane. That's something we ought to try. So these are everyday exercises. These are this means waking up at 4:40 a.m. Every day, go to sleep at midnight, 1 a.m. This is an everyday routine. It's not just a surge of activity. I mean, you do need to respond topically. And I mean, this is Stonava, a power plant. There were protests against the idea of building a power plant in our town. Then it was only the judiciary. The protests related to the independence of the judiciary in Poland. So anyway, body and mind need nourishment, need fuel, we need to network. I think you're the one who said that. We need support from academics and from people who know. That's not always possible because, again, and now as for something specific, a few months ago we had a problem with a local power company that had it turned out that the city power company was almost bankrupt, and the shares held by the city should be sold off to a national energy company. And there's a populist narrative involved here. They say, we know what to do, we're on top of it, we're in charge, and then it turns out that they're losing control, and we need to decide. I don't know how many people I approached. I said, I don't know anything about electricity. I'm an art person, I'm a sociologist, I don't know anything about high voltage. And there's high voltage, which is a great portal that helped me, also the Batory Foundation. But the obvious, the usual, the university didn't want to be involved. As an academic myself, I can't get an appointment. They tell me that's another sector. When they were reforming the educational system, and when they were shutting down the middle schools, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little, I'm a doer, not a talker, and there are so many things to deal with every day. I encounter aspects of populism every day, but not only from the right wing, even though that's what we're talking about mainly, but they're not the only obstacle. Okay, education, let me give, and now I'll try not to confuse you. And again, if I get lost, then tell me. In Cieszyn, first they did away with middle schools, and I met individuals and agents, actors who were involved. We organized a weekly protest and educational public awareness campaign in the market square. We had a chill-out space where we read Hannah Arendt, for instance, and we tried to make Hannah Arendt simple. We tried to get the teachers' union involved. They didn't want, even they thought it was for somebody. And that's when I met many teachers who felt they were left alone, isolated. But later, when other social problems came up, they didn't show up because they didn't feel ownership. And so this silo perspective, this sectoral bubble approach is very evident later with the educational reform, when local governments were given the responsibility of bore the financial brunt of the reform, and local government had to spend money. The city authorities, without asking anyone, decided to shut down a school to save. And as as a local activist, as organizations, we tried to design a model to show the bigger picture, to involve people who aren't necessarily parents or teachers, but to show it as a social problem. We designed a model of communication. We mapped out the situation, and so one way of slipping out of the clutches of populism is that you draw up a list of stakeholders whose direct stakeholder, who's indirect, who's on the fringes, a more tenuous relationship. Then you look at all the stakeholders, you map, you draw up a list of priorities, and then you do a schedule and check which stakeholder is involved in other projects, what are the other issues, who's talking to whom, who can't talk to whom, who's conflicted. So there is a methodology, an approach that would allow us to help. I see Lila here. It's like what Lublin did in their grassroots. What's the name? And there you go. So they mapped it out, and it all went very quickly. There is an approach, a methodology that helps us kind of keep our emotions in check and carry on, involve people who are normally not on our radar, but it doesn't always work that way, as we all know. Sometimes it's an all-out, we're antagonistic, even though we don't want to be. And a nice story I want to share at the end. I had two situations where populism was very strong, but for a moment. So these were alliances that lasted but a few hours, but they were very important, like one-off alliances. So when I was organizing a women's strike in Cieszyn, a man comes up to me and says that he's a nationalist, and he's here with a group of his peers, and they want to sing the national anthem. There's 2,000 people in the market square in Cieszyn, and I have a second to make up my mind. I don't know how many of them there are. I know how many of us there are. I thought the situation might escalate, and I said, okay, here's a nationalist who wants to sing the national anthem, and I said, let's sing the national anthem. It was possibly the most moving and touching time I sang the national anthem. They set off flares, so it was colorful, but it was also very sad in a way. And I said that it's an alliance. It's like it's an alliance with a teenager whose loyalty is the wind, but the memory, I felt what was going on in my body, and I saw what was going on in the body of the teenagers. It was incredible. And then there were the cross-border protests, which were organized largely by people supporting Confederacja, as they involved me in the committee. Something exceptional happened because work, family, solidarity, and closeness. We spoke with one voice. I wrote their I helped edit their manifesto. So I proposed synonyms, different words. I mean, we have at least the memory remains, and we're no longer. We parted our ways since, but we have this experience that we shared, a very important experience. My body and mind were full of something that I couldn't have read in any book. So this was very strong, and I realized that Cieszyn is different than Warsaw and big cities. In Cieszyn, the police said, okay, go on with your protest, just tell us what your route is. You don't have this here, but Cieszyn is part of Poland. And again, sorry for the slight chaotic intervention.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Thank you to all of the panelists for this first I would say, statements, and I know we are running out of time, but I will take a liberty to prolong this session a bit, as we started a bit later. I know that you are all excited to discuss over a glass of wine, and I think this is a proper environment for discussing future alliances. But before that, let me remind ourselves, also people who are watching us online, one particular thing. We speak about populism, we speak about activities happening in countries, in regions of Central and Eastern Europe, where we have a very specific situation of having populists in power. And this makes our activities, our research a bit more challenging. We don't speak about fringe parties anymore. We don't speak about margins of politics. We speak about mainstream. So all these activities you are mentioning, for example, education, different aspects of education, they are much more difficult to be projected, to be realized in the situation when there is absolutely no support. I mean, in the best case scenario, there is no support from those in power. And that's why I would like to ask still for more remedies and more solutions that could be applied in a situation where populists are actually pursuing this anti-LGBT, anti-European, or actually anti-EU politics and policies, and of course rhetorics. But now I will give the floor to our commentators and hoping for some remedies, ideas how to react to this populist in power. So if I am not mistaken, I see we have Bart Staszewski here with us, we have Jakub Kadryś, we do have Liliana Kalinowska, right? Or, yeah. That's what I thought, that I'm hiding and you are hiding. Okay, and Zuzanna Karcz, right? Okay, so maybe over to Liliana.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good afternoon. This was a very interesting panel, and all of your statements were very interesting, and I would like to respond to all of them. But what struck me the most was this division that you made, the distinction that you made between theorists and practitioners, and this is a unique feature of this conference. But I think it was also clearly stated how to counteract populism. Those more theoretically minded tended to talk about how to systematize or draw a systematic description of populism in order to create preemptive strategies, whereas practitioners focused on disarming populism and reacting to the consequences of populist actions. What brings us all together, and I consider myself more of a practitioner, what we have in common is a hope that we will find the answers. I realize theorists expect such answers from practitioners and vice versa. I hope tomorrow's workshop will bring more understanding and more hopes of a clear answer. I come from Przemyśl, a very specific, also unique city, which over lunch I described as a city with a quote-unquote Ukrainian problem. So in the context of populism, I'd like to respond or relate, or refer to how Ukrainians function in Przemyśl. I'm not talking about Ukrainian refugees who came to Poland recently. I'm thinking of Ukrainians who either have always lived in Przemyśl or who return to Przemyśl. However, these are Polish citizens as well. In reference to what Professor Moll said, I want to mention this. So these are different positions that generate attitudes towards minorities. I don't want this to sound controversial, but I'd like to compare the Ukrainian minority on the local level to the LGBT minority, which is almost indiscernible in Przemyśl. So the local populism in Przemyśl manifests itself through hostility to Ukrainians. And I mention this because I'd like to encourage us in tomorrow's discussion to treat what has been happening in Przemyśl recently as a kind of laboratory. I'm talking about Przemyśl as a place with a Ukrainian problem because, indeed, even in the national media, Polish-Ukrainian relations have been treated as a problem of sorts, related in a scandalous atmosphere. They've been taken up at specific historical junctures. The anti-Ukrainian conflicts in Przemyśl have happened at important turns for Ukraine. The conflict in 1991, when the Przemyślans were opposed to handing over the building of the Carmelite Church to Greek Catholics. This was when Ukraine won its independence. In 96, when Ukraine approved a constitution and one of the Orthodox churches was dismantled. I'm also talking about the Maidan time. There were strong anti-Ukrainian protests in Przemyśl at the very same period. So this anti-Ukrainianism, this local populism, which also manifested itself in bringing up somebody's Ukrainian origins during elections and so on. All of a sudden, this populism has taken on a new shape. There is war in Ukraine since February, and a clear national discourse has emerged. A wholly different way of talking about Ukraine in the national media. What's interesting, it could be interesting for us as a point of departure, is that Przemyśl itself and the populist political movements have stopped speaking negatively about Ukraine. The discourse has changed because of a clear external event and clear messages in the national press. So we activists working in behalf of the excluded minority need this very much. I speak from the standpoint of a provincial town. We need attention and support. We need a network of support. We also need support for daring attitudes, for brave attitudes. Brave people in Przemyśl, and I consider myself one, are quite alienated and alone with the consequences and with their attempts to reach a broader audience. And I believe that the lack of interest in the central media and institutions, in us, that dooms us to loneliness. The countryside is not interesting. The problems of the countryside are not interesting. It only becomes interesting if a Ukrainian beats up a Pole. So I'd like to note that counteracting populism on the part of local activists sometimes requires even small help or small tools that we are sorely missing. In that case, I'll respond. Zuzá Karcz, I'm very happy to be here. I feel very at home here, and I feel that we have a lot in common. I'm speaking from the standpoint of people from Poland, but also from the academic perspective. I feel that I can join you and speak to you. Robert Hojda mentioned Professor Matczak. In fact, he's one of my lecturers, so it's interesting. As a student, I am also learning about legal awareness, the awareness of human rights, and I think that this is something that I would like to put at the center of my statement, because I believe that grassroots educational activities can build such awareness and also change narratives about non-heteronormative persons. So also from another perspective, as an LGBT person, I believe that education does not prepare us to understand human rights above and beyond the fact that they are intuitive. So we have certain expectations of the state, of our or fellow citizens, but we're not sure how to enforce those. Or one example from my high school, which shows how we understand democracy and where the problems are. I think this situation was a good illustration of the problem. My high school is a very liberal establishment. They're not afraid for the students to be involved in various civil society initiatives. However, there was one event that the school was particularly proud of. A prayer was organized at this public school. So I wrote in asking, did everybody take part in this prayer, or just those attending religion classes? Was it held during other classes? Were those who do not attend religion obligated to participate? I come from Dąbrowa Górnicza. The school is in Sosnowiec. It's the second most secular diocese in Poland after Warsaw, which is number one. That's the opinion, the widely held opinion, because it's a very secular corner of Poland. So what came of this discussion? I was told nobody had a problem with the fact that this prayer was taking place, that I'm actually, I wasn't there, why am I asking? Why do I have the expectation that since we are in a democracy and nobody stepped up and opposed this prayer, why am I interested at all? It would be best for me not to comment, not to post comments online. Actually, further comments were blocked under this post, and that was the end of my communication with the school. I was asked why I wasn't contacting teachers directly since I was a student. So it seems that there's a lack of common ground in terms of values, And I think that's the hardest part to overcome, the fact that we keep referring to identity, and it was widely accepted. Because it is accepted, one of the arguments went to 90% of the students are baptized, are Christians, so why is there a problem? It's a democracy. So I'd like to start with this in order to respond to Professor Moll and say that perhaps our strategy today has been to reconstruct this narrative of these inborn human rights. So understanding that dignity is something that you're born with, so the right to sexual or gender expression is something basic because it's part of your identity, just as praying might be part of somebody's identity. So it seems obvious. Also with regard to the right to have a family, I think we're able to use these simple categories to take over the discourse, showing these as basic needs, both for those, for people on both sides. We all have the same needs. The existence of information bubbles makes things more difficult. Where we talk about legal issues, I'm not referring to for the Constitution. I think the horizontal approach is also very important, but from my position of an activist, an NGO activist, some things seem obvious and fundamental for us, and we try to delve into them. But it's a different community. Now, getting out, reaching people outside our bubble is difficult. Because we have to take one step back. So again, we're returning to the awareness of human rights. It's a way to counter populism. Since I've been introduced as an educational activist, we cannot fail to refer to the context of Lex Czarnek too. What the ministry is doing these days is quite consistent in how they're targeting civic education, various minorities, so building legal awareness, social diversity, communication between people of different views, exposing young people to think and analyze what reaches them. And also history and the present as a school subject, a curriculum subject. These are all examples of how populists, right-wing populists, and I try not to distinguish between populists and anti-populists. I'm also a bit of a populist in my way of thinking. But when we consider how the Ministry of Education is building its narrative and strategy today, by killing civic education and civic awareness, they're being very consequent, very consistent, denying access to knowledge, because removing civics from the curriculum and only introducing it back in high schools with a certain profile, limiting access to NGOs, they're being consequent, and there's a freezing effect. Schools are afraid to invite NGO activists to schools, even though the law is not even in force. And this really is a hit to human rights awareness. We need awareness of human rights. We need dignity, the right to privacy, to have your own family as you wish to structure it. And I think our task and obligation today is to read Gazeta Polska, however difficult it gets, all those populist right-wing media, in order to understand the essence of the values that we are able to reach, to share, in fact, to show that every law has two sides, every side has its rights, and the more we go towards freedom, the more we pursue our rights, the more we'll be able to find a common ground to work together and coexist in this country.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Kuba Kadish. I'm the head of the Committee for the Defense of Democracy. I live in a small village in the Subcarpathian region where the majority voted for Andrzej Duda, the present president. I will be getting back to that. Thank you very much for everything you've said. I'm a practitioner, so I tend to see things their way, and I agree with most of what you've said. Respect, because that's what it's all about. Oh, and thank you for what you said about Ukrainians and the changing perspectives, because the narrative has changed. I fully subscribe to that. I agree that the world is made of stories, of narratives. It's woven of stories, and the narrative will make the world what it is. Why is it populist? Because it's easier to manage to control a world that has a shared enemy. If the narrative is to escalate hatred towards the unknown, hatred of the unknown, then such people are easier to manipulate, to govern, because you can always blame everything on this constructed enemy. And if we say that populism and this hostility is directed against the LGBT community, against Jews, against Germans, against Brussels, and so on, then we might think that behind each of these vehicles of information, of narrative, that there's the church is behind everything. So if you don't know how to spread a message among susceptible people, then use the church, use religion, and it's bound to work as the pulpit. So if we are to counter fear of the unknown and hatred of the unknown, the best way is to get to know it, to show people that it's not a devil, it's not a devil that's spitting fire. I mean, look, with all due respect, in my village, LGBT can be, it's not a person who acts differently, who behaves differently than they do. The people in my village have never seen a non-heteronormative person. They've never seen a real-life Jew. They heard something about usurers, and any German they may have seen just drove past. So basically, Europe gives them subsidies, but they listen to the narrative that's hammered into them about how Europe is bad. At the beginning of our committee in Subcarpathia, like Robert, we brought important people over to small towns. The head of the Constitutional Court came to Lubachów, small town, and spoke about the law. Another person came to another small town and spoke about the Constitution. The late Henryk Wujec came to Przemyśl, activist, and spoke about a tolerant Poland, because he was probably the best speaker I knew. But then I thought, okay, this is preaching to the choir, essentially. These are people in our bubble, because anybody who will come to a meeting with Henryk Wujec will probably be someone who thinks like I do. And here I'm looking at Mirosława. We came up with a project that we had to suspend because of the pandemic and then the war. We were supposed to have 50 village meetings, so really, we want to get to the village. We don't want people lecturing on how important the Constitution is, how important the law is. I want people to start talking, to see that people are different. I want Zbigniew Hołdys, who knows how to talk to people. He does. Danuta, yeah, he does. I mean, he has it. He lives in a village himself. Okay, not necessarily, but he generally has talk about Poland, people, the world, tolerance, tolerant, beautiful country. Mirka, come over with your wife. We'll have a meeting at the village head's house. It'll be great, really, because it's a grassroots. Okay, let's do it, yeah. Because these people go to the market and say, oh, so this person came and told us this and that. I know what they talk about outside the grocery store. and what they used to talk about, what they talked about 2 years ago. So I see the awareness is changing. When they see the unknown, when they get to see someone they'd never encountered before, it'll be hard for them to call that person a deviant, evil, or an enemy, because these people are really nice. I mean, they know who I am. They even treat me nice. They're helpful. I mean, if my car breaks down, they lend me tools or whatever. These people are nice to me because they know me, and they don't know Mirka, and they should. Thank you. Okay, now it's my turn. I was wondering, as a hands-on person, what I should say. So I took notes, and then I figured, but you met a lot of politicians. So you met a lot of, you met Duda, you met the head of Ordo Iuris. So what was the attitude I had before meeting the president? And when I recall this famous meeting I had with Duda, the president, I was surprised by the emptiness, the ideological emptiness of people who, as populists, should at least have something to say, if only in terms of small talk. So when I started saying how the LGBT community feels, quoting the Pride in Białystok, where they threw stones at us, where people threw stones at us, and where all those things happened, I heard, well, I didn't see that. I wasn't there. And he was frank. It was kind of this honest, sincere ignorance that was oozing out of him. So this attempt, I did manage somewhat to educate, but everybody has their own capacity. You can only educate people to a certain extent, and at that time, my capacity, my potential for that was exhausted. I feel that talking to other people is a solution. It's a small solution to the big problem of populism. So to people who have deficits, who haven't done their homework. But I think of Jerzy Kwaśniewski, the head of Ordo Iuris, right-wing think tank. We were supposed to be in a TV show together. So we were in a room together, and I go, Jerzy, could you tell us, what are you guys all about? How come you're opposed to LGBT? So come on, so let's talk face to face. I mean, I'm always interested. I'm always curious. I had no negative impression of that person, predetermined impression, so I was surprised when he said how George Soros destabilized Europe, when he started supporting organizations that wouldn't have evolved in a society, but that were artificially grafted onto these national societies. But he was frank. This was something he believed in. When I met the present Minister of Education, previously governor, he's a cynic, he's manipulative, he'll shake your hand and break the deal that we agreed on. So that was terrifying. So having encountered all these people who represent various groups, I conclude, yeah, you have to talk, you don't have to platform certain positions. There are positions that ought to be filled. Denialism, saying that the Holocaust didn't take place, toxic homophobia should be prosecuted, and there's no point talking to people like that on TV, because that only fuels sick instincts. So shifting to the Overton window, showing that we're normal on TV in Netflix, what's being done. So young people don't buy into the cheap propaganda that's being, and also not engaging with certain positions. There's no point talking to a member of parliament who's a certain member of parliament. Of course, that would increase ratings, improve ratings if there was a populism. Favors empty, idea-free parties, banal, trite politicians, and ignorance, lack of education. Because before the Law and Justice Party came to power, there were politicians who were mediocre. They had nothing to offer, and then the Law and Justice Party came along, and they knew how to speak to these people. So people who have charisma, who have something to sell, and there's not many of them. I'm looking at you, opposition. I'm not in the Polish opposition as an activist. I mean, it's not for me to judge politicians and hold them accountable for their promises. But I also talk to ordinary people, and policemen are some of my interesting interlocutors. Yesterday, I was questioned at the in case I had a great conversation with a military MP who said that off the record, not everybody thinks the way the Law and Justice Party does. This had to do with alleged defamation of the Polish military, but this could have been a good cop tactic, but we were really talking off the record. So it's really sad that we've been so polarized. We can no longer talk to each other, but that's the way things are. And as an activist who's been in court all these times and who's out there in the streets, this is something that I'd really like to see. I mean, this because populism feeds on ignorance, lack of education, and lack of politicians with charisma who can't sell their values, because populism is selling values. They're good salesmen. Dominik Tarczyński is a great speaker, actually. Grzegorz Braun, who really knows how to speak. Very few politicians have this articulation, elocution skills. So saying complicated things in a simple way, populists are good at that. And in Polish, populists do their homework. If I get the left-wing politicians calling me who don't know a thing about homophobia in Poland or LGBT-free zones, these are frequently lawyers, but they haven't done their homework. And then somebody from Konfederacja comes to the TV studio. He's done his homework, and he's running circles around them. I'm also thinking about male politicians who keep female politicians because they're intimidated by them, who don't let female politicians to the fore because you get the patriarchy. And often, so these are little diagnoses I have. What would I like to mention? There's homo-nationalism and homo-patriotism. It's something that came up on Article 18. We had a conversation with Agnieszka Graf, who said how in the US, when they were fighting for same-sex marriages, that they used the family discourse and said that there are LGBT people in the military. And then I realized I had a story which I was afraid to tell, that I wasn't able to say that my grandfather was in the Home Army, and that I treat what I'm doing as my patriotic duty. So once I began doing that, I noticed that there's room for this in Polish activism, to address the Rainbow Eagle, to take it from the populists, from right-wing populists, to that discourse, which they claim we are a foreign agenda, which we represent. This flag has become popular. I didn't come up with it, but it's become popular. He named the author of the flag is, so we're a group. We share a history. There was one solidarity. Now there's a rainbow solidarity. So let's win through civil disobedience. And this is something that keeps me going. This civil disobedience. I'm ready to fight right-wing populism as well as liberal populism, which says that we don't have time for that, and we'll keep fighting until we win. Thank you.
I actually didn't expect that it will end with such a positive statement, but I'm also looking at the time, and it seems that we need to wrap up, but wrap up in this form. Yeah, there is a reception still, and I think that might serve as a good ground for discussions about how we could actually do something together in future. But thank you very much for joining us for this panel, and I'm still passing over to Jan with some important announcements, I guess.
Yes, thank you again for the whole day of wonderful deliberations. I have, I think, 15 pages. By the second session tomorrow, we'll try to have it all summarized precisely, everything, every single thought. Well, we'll see what we can do. A lot of work, marvelous material. So please, if you can, come tomorrow. The session in the morning is this exercise with foresight scenarios, as I described it briefly in the morning, but for those of you who were not here, we will be divided into 3 groups. Each group will have a scenario of the next 10 years. The driving factor in those scenarios is what is going to happen with Russia and Ukraine and what's going to be happening in this region, depending on how this horrific situation unfolds. That will be 2 hours, then there will be a break, and then there will be a plenary session in which we will try to summarize everything, and we'll try to do it as quickly as possible so we can continue this discussion and hear more voices from everybody. So again, thank you everybody for coming, and please come back tomorrow. I think we will manage to produce some thoughts useful for all of us. Certainly the material we have, it's just our job to put it all together a bit. Thank you so much.